redemption draweth nigh. Stand still and see Jah salvation. He moves with holy power across every nation. No fear, no doubt, just revelation. Jah deliver his people in every situation. Stand still and see Jah salvation.
From the hills to the sea, we rise as one. Hands to the word, the new day's begun. From Christchurch love to St. James pride, Barbados strong, we unified.
From St. George Heart to St. Peter's flame, friends of democracy call our name. From St. Lucie Wens to St. Philip Line, this island's soul forever shine.
No more waiting, no more pain. The people's power will lead again. Every heart, every street.
Friends of democracy keep the beat. We rise, we're forging our destiny. We fight from childhood of unity.
The people's voice, the people's dream. It's time to lead, it's time to be seen. We rise. Friends of democracy. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Friends of democracy. For our people, for our people, for our people, for our land, for our land, none. Now's our day, now's our moment. Barbados, unity. Style up a Caribbean soca fusion anthem with pop and Afro meets undertone. Simple, 116 BPM. Insurance, steel pan, brass, electric, guitar, cymbals, lane, percussion. Lift crowd of skunks, lift crowd of facts for Chris Scott. People say F, O, R, D. I'm friends of democracy. Yeah! Barbados 2026, we're forging our destiny. To the sea we rise as one. Hands to the work, the new day's begun. Voices of courage, hearts full of flame. We're building a future in the people's name.
From Christchurch to St. James Shore, we open the doors to so much more. From St. George Plains to St. Peter's Line, the call is clear. This is our time.
No more waiting, no more pain.
The people's power will lead again.
Stand together, strong and free. We're writing our own history. We rise, we're forging our destiny. We fight for truth and unity. The people's voice, the people's dream. It's time to lead, it's time to be seen. We rise, friends of democracy. Hear the drum, hear the call. Justice and freedom belong to all. From St. Lucie winds to St. Philip South, hope is alive in every mouth.
From St. John to St. Andrew Hills, we rise with pride, unbending wills. From St. Joseph's Heart to St. Thomas' Side, the dream is ours with people's pride.
Palms, brass.
Of democracy! From the hills to the sea, we rise as one. On to know what the new day's begun. Voices of courage, hearts full of flame. We're building a future in the people's name. From Christchurch to St. James Shore, we open the doors to so much more. From St. George Plain to St. Peter's Line. The call is clear, this is our time.
Boom, waiting, no more pain. The people's power will lead again. Stand to let it strong and free. We're writing our own history.
We rise, we're forging our destiny. We fight, for truth and unity. The people's voice, the people's dream. It's time to lead, it's time to be seen. We rise, friends of democracy. Hear the drum, hear the call. Justice and freedom belong to all. From St. Lucie winds to St. Philip South, hope is alive in every mouth. From St. John to St. Andrew Hills, we rise with pride and bending will. From St. Joseph's Heart to St. Thomas Side, the dream is ours with people's pride.
Hope is light in Battle Creel. The time we've waited, fair is here. Every hand, every heart.
Heart clean, steady, and our mind control. When pressure comes, she not lose her way. Stand for tomorrow, not just today. Anya Lorde, stand strong, never bend. For the people you defend till the very end. Truth in your voice, fire in your soul. Holding the faith when the system turn cold. Anya Lorde, light in the dark, giving the youth them hope and a spark. From the struggle to the rising sun, we know the work just begun. Some chase titles, some chase chair, but she Anya Lorde, Anya Lorde, call she name again. Anya Lorde, FOD, St. Philip North, stand tall. Friends of democracy rise up. This is more than music. This is a movement. Anya Lorde, hands in the air. St. Philip North, we everywhere. FOD, women rising, strength we share. Feel the power in the atmosphere. Anya Lorde, sing it loud, oh! St. Philip North, strong and proud. Friends of democracy in the crowd. One people voice, no backing down. From sunrise touch the eastern shore. St. Philip North say we want more. More respect, more care, more chance. More future for the children, advance for the mothers. Praying fathers try. Youth them dreaming big and high. Every corner, every yard. St. Philip North beating high. Anya Lorde, cause she never Anya Lorde, Anya Lorde, call she name again. Anya Lorde, FOD, St. Philip North, stand tall. Friends of democracy rise up. This is more than music. This is a movement. Anya Lorde, hands in the air. St. Philip North, we everywhere. FOD, women rising, strength we share. Feel the power in the atmosphere. Anya Lorde, sing it loud, oh! St. Philip North, strong and proud. Friends of democracy in the crowd. One people voice, no backing down. From sunrise touch the eastern shore. St. Philip North say we want more. More respect, more care, more chance. More future for the children, advance for the mothers. Praying fathers try. Youth them dreaming big and high. Every corner, every yard. St. Philip North beating high. Anya Lorde, cause she never family, this is friend. Strong women lead the way, holding families every day. When she rise, the house stand firm. From the lessons children learn. No fear walking through the storm. Love and courage keep you warm. Side by side, hand in hand. Anya Lorde, take a stand, FOD. When women rise, families rise. When families rise, communities rise. And when communities rise, Anya Lorde.
Good night. Before we get into the meat of the matter tonight, we would like to open up with a word of prayer. And we ask friend Deborah Hines if she can open us up tonight.
Good night, everyone. Let's bow our hearts in prayer. Eternal God and most heavenly Father, we just want to thank you. We want to praise you, Lord. The journey of this campaign is soon coming to an end. We thank you for the journey so far. We thank you, dear God, for blessing each and every candidate and helping them to be able to execute what they would have planned and what you had planned for them and have planned for them. We pray, dear God, that tonight, another meeting, Lord, we invite your presence here. Protect us, shield us from all harm and danger. We pray, dear God, everything will go smooth according to your will. We pray, dear God, that you will take charge, and those who are traveling on the way here and haven't reached here as yet, you will bring them safely. And that when we leave here, we will say it was good to be here. For the surrounding residents who can hear what is going on from here, pray to God that they will take heed and understand what the Friends of Democracy is all about. This was formed under you, Lord. And we pray, dear Father, that as we come to an end and leave here, that you will take us back home in peace and in safety. For Christ's sake, amen.
Amen. We want to thank friend Deborah Hines for that opening prayer. Good night, one and all. Good night, St. Philip North. We are the Friends of Democracy. And we come here to St. Philip North tonight with a mission. And that mission is to preach the gospel according to the Friends of Democracy. We come here with a mission to further introduce to you your next representative, Anya Lorde. We come on a mission for you to better understand our policy positions and to discuss with you, friend to friend, why the Friends of Democracy should be your leading choice for the leading opposition of Barbados. And tonight we have loads of dynamic speakers. And I want to say something before I introduce the first speaker. Now, FOD Friends of Democracy isn't no poo-poo party. The Friends of Democracy is a fully established political party in Barbados with structure and policies and determination to fight on the behalf of the people of Barbados. So when they talk about third parties and all these other foolishness, we ain't a third party. We's a new party, alternative party, a party that is here to stay. So without further ado, let me introduce you to our first speaker. And this is a man who when I first joined the party, I didn't know him. But after hearing him and having conversations with him, I can see that he's a man of passion, a man of vigor for this party and the betterment of the people of Barbados. He's one of our frontline soldiers for FOD, even to the point where sometimes you hear him on brass tacks, and he goes back and forth with the moderator, because this is a party that he truly believes in, or should I say that he knows that has the best interests of the people at heart. And he's a Calypsonian, he's a comedian, and he's also the manager of Conquer Calypso Tent. And I didn't even know that, so you know that tonight. And he was a school teacher at the Ronald Weeks Primary School in St. Philip South for about 30 years. And I want the crowd here in St. Philip North, to put your hands together for Kemmerick, Bong, Harrison.
Good evening, everybody. It's indeed a joy to be here. I just want to say, though, that when I reached out my hand to him just now, it was because I want him to pull me up because I'm getting old. But, age has nothing to do with it. What I can say about FOD is that what I like about them is that we have a number of young, youthful candidates. We have the other parties look across and you see a bunch of people that were in power and they love power so much. All they're doing is, I want to hold on without giving truly young people a chance. I am so impressed with Stephanie. I'm impressed with Anya. Even my boy here, Omar. Everywhere I go, I'm from St. Philip South. Everywhere I go in St. Philip, and I say, well, I want you to support Omar. This is where he got my vote. He just come around with the bread, and he is very kind and nice. And if I short something, he just say, okay, no problem, go on. That is the kind of representative that we need. I am not going to stay too long because the reason why I'm here basically is that everywhere I go, people are asking me which party I belong to. And I'm proud to say, Friends of Democracy. There are people out there who are afraid to come out. They're afraid to join us because, let's face it, you have your jobs to protect. You're not going to take that risk. I'm retired now, so I can afford to come out. But their heart is with us because up to today, I heard them say that we need an opposition. At least an opposition. No more 30-30, 30-30, or in some cases it was 30-31, because I can't understand how you can give people a mandate for 5 years and you fall short on 2 occasions. What is the reason? I personally said to myself, I might be wrong, this is a personal opinion. It seems as if there's some people in the camp that are probably giving trouble and just only holding on until they get their 8 years. And then probably all hell will break loose. I honestly believe that. I believe that God is responsible for us here as Friends of Democracy. 2 years ago, or about 2 years, is about a year and some 7 months or something, I became a Christian. And a lot of people don't know that. When I tell people that, they can't believe it. But God is in control because, look, I come with a party who practically everyone has respect for Christ. for our God. He the maker, our creator. And I am so proud to be in the confidence of you, in the presence of you folks. Now, I want to say just a little bit about, I'm not talking about Omar and Anya and Karina in any detail. I'm just saying that I'm happy that you are representing the eastern part of St. Philip, of the country, sorry. That's St. Philip. Because as we talk about 12 disciples, I feel that God in his wisdom thought that the star was in the east when Christ was born. And now you finally reached the east, St. Philip. So it's a way of acknowledging that we as Christians are paying homage to Christ our Savior. So for that, I want you to give yourself a little clap. Now, about Steve and the entire group. When I heard that Steve was going to form the Friends of Democracy, I thought to myself, but how could you form? Because I know they had the PDM and they had other parties. Eric Flay used to go around and do what he had to do. And there was no proper structure. You couldn't say that you can deposit money at a bank for these people. You didn't have a committee. You have 10 people on a committee, and then you have another 10, making 20 persons in the General Council. And these 20 persons would not have been there unless they really wanted to make a contribution to this country. And for that, I really applaud you, Steve, to put everything in place. And I'm saying to you, it isn't easy. I used to have my time with the Congress Calypso tent. And sometimes to get a venue was so difficult. And at one time, I want to say to you, might not know, well, I was also an assistant secretary to Delay Bradshaw in the Barbados Labour Party. And I had my experience with them. So when I tell you that I love the Friends of Democracy, it isn't because I love the Friends of the Democracy. It was the way how I was treated in that party. And let me give you an example. At one time, I was thinking about running for St. Philip South. But it so happened that Sandy Ford pulled out stumps, and he called an election. And we didn't go through the process of selecting candidates based on constituencies, because the Constitution at 7H in the Barbados Labour Party Constitution said that you put together a select committee, and then you will have an interview. I went over to the interview. You know, the last person that got interviewed was me. And you know how it happens? Everybody went before me, and I was there sitting down waiting for them to call me. It was only when they began to come up the door and say, oh, shoot, Harrison over here. No respect for people. No respect. That was no respect shown to me. And from that moment, I recognized that I was an unwanted person. Thank God for Stephanie and Anya and Jason and Matthew and all of those. You are welcome. Am I right, Steve? And the Friends of Democracy. Now, I don't want to go on too much about my personal thing. I want to just look at the manifesto. The first people out of the box of the manifesto, imagine that. 7 months and we have a manifesto prepared, ready. And what I like about the manifesto is that it isn't a long-winded document. Because sometimes people, even when you use your cell phone nowadays, you take it up and you see something for 15 seconds, you go on to the next thing. We understand the culture of our people, and the committee put together a manifesto, not long-winded. My understanding it is 35 different policy positions. And there are more that they are willing to accept, providing it is in the interest of Barbados. I'm saying to you that manifesto, some people don't like to read. But you can take it in little bites. 35, one every 5 or 6 hours. Or 2 or 3, give it a rest. But look at the quality of it. I want to touch, for example, on the ones that deal with the food centers. Because people are saying that prices, I heard somebody say that on TV, I don't want to call names because, I don't have any money. I'm a man of straw. But they said that when prices go up, they don't come down. I don't agree with that at all. I believe that when the Friends of Democracy institute that food center, people who are growing products will have an opportunity to have a ready market. When you know that you can go and sell your products, sometimes you create a glut in the marketplace. And when you have a glut, the equilibrium price comes down. The price at which you make an equilibrium profit, not a profit, but to make a slight profit, you go to the equilibrium stage and you put on a little markup that would take care of workers and so on. So I'm saying to you, the moment that we have a glut on the market, food will come down. I remember, for example, when there was a time when, well, we don't see many of those now, because I wonder what the Ministry of Agriculture is doing. But I remember when there were melons here, there, everywhere. They even went as low as $1. We want to create a market space for those people who can produce not only melons, they have okras, they have all sorts of products. And when Omar put his case, I know Omar is going to recommend that some of those products be fed into the hotels. What is the point of the hotels going to these big established supermarkets when we have a food center that you can gobble up at reasonable prices? That would influence the price that is paid by the tourists when they come here. So we as a people, we've got to hold that aspect of the manifesto and treat it with respect in that you're not going to go into the supermarkets where something is $5 when you can get it at the food center for free. So that, to my mind, is a very workable policy. I like it sound good. Yeah, I want to make sure. So I also want to talk about the creation of jobs in that area. Because like anything else, you have to have people attending to the products, merchandising the product. You also have to have cashiers and so on. So that in itself will create work. But most importantly, it would cause the supermarkets to lower their prices if they want to get sales. So I don't believe that prices will always stand high. Now I want to say to you as well, even tonight as I sat there, I heard the Prime Minister saying that she gave this 5% increase. 5% increase, from the moment she got in. It's 7 years now, 5% from the moment she got in. So what happened? 5%, what could that do? Isn't even, it's spread over a period of 7 years. So with diminishing price, with increasing prices, it means that the money, the value of the money diminishes. So what you could have bought, I remember when the orange, when she got in, was $1. I pay $2 for an orange now. So what can 5% do? You can tell me. But I am saying to you, 5%, and then look at what she did. She said if you go to the gas station, and it was going to be a temporary measure, she's going to charge an extra 40 cents on a liter of gas. 40 cents on a liter of gas works up to about $1.60 in the gallon. Now, 5% for a month worked out on your salary is far less the amount of money that you have to put to fill up a tank for a whole month. So you're talking about what you give us, but you ain't talking about what you take away. People have got to understand. We've got to understand that we've got to change our approach. We have got to be different. We've got to show that we as Bajans have common sense. That is why I love Karina and her team. I really love this lady. I'm sorry that she's married already. Oh, man, I canvassed with this lady, and you know what I love about her? And she's from St. Philip West. She has time for everybody. We know that we want to get through the district. Because people are saying, well, you were the first time, this is the first time I ever see a candidate. No candidates don't come through here. They believe that they can give you a T-shirt wrapped up with $200 or $300, and that can last you for 5 years. No, she's accessible. She is available. Call her. She always said, look, take my number. Or if you don't take my number, look at the manifesto. The number is there. And I'm telling you, people are calling. You know how they're calling? When I call her, they say, it can't take any more messages. So I'm saying to you that you have a chance to prove. You don't claim, you don't build a house at the top first. You put your foot in at the door. We want to get all 12, not 6 and 7, barely get 2. We want 12. And I'll tell you why I would like to see 12 of our candidates, all of them walking up the Houses of Assembly step. Because if we get 12, there are only 18 more there left. Suppose somebody at 16 and they form the government. What will happen is that somebody would have reached the age of maturity for a loan at 8 years. So if you got something to tell madam, you can tell her, because you don't care she for you. You got your pension. And if she ever, like, one of the things that really hurt me, though, be honest with you, is when that senator was given leave after she thought that the Airbnb project was something that would destroy our culture and, you know, the heritage nature of our tourism. And but you couldn't do anything, and those people in her government can't say anything. But let's say she gets 16 and probably Kimar gets 1 and probably Lashley gets 1 or something like that. It's a thin thing. She got to do things that Karina and Anya and Omar and Matthew, all of them would pressure her into, and it goes beyond that. I remember when Sandyford was talking about like it or lump it. You remember what that? He became a god unto him himself. Yeah. And I'm saying to you, they got angry, and Onatha bought a motion of no confidence. I remember I could see him there searching up for precedents as far as Australia to support the no confidence motion. And they succeeded. They succeeded. Who knows? You know, I tell you, God is in charge. Who knows? Just give me all 12. Who knows? Because if we get all 12, or when we get all 12, people will take even a better look at us. Any snap elections, because you like calling snap elections, any snap election, I'm sure that even with 1 foot through the door, it'll be 2 feet through the door, and possibly 3. I'm not being rude, okay? I'm just saying, all I'm saying is that you're going to put the first foot, the second foot, and then the foot will repeat again as they walk up the stairs. Okay. I want to make a proposal. I know it's not in the manifesto, but I really like the housing policy and so on. But I want to look at crime because I left school. This is 25 years. I stopped being a teacher. And I left school because I wasn't satisfied that we were doing as good a job as we should have done as teachers. I think I see in my school we had reached a stage where people saw teaching as a job that would bring money to pay their utilities or to get them a car. And the child was left really, you can't read? Well, heaven help you. There's one woman in St. Philip called Miss Ramsey. She was a teacher at my school. And she took a fella called Omar by her side every day. Every day. The boy couldn't spell, he couldn't understand. Some people said about this, that's it. And I met Omar the other day. Oh man, what a great job she did. That is the kind of teacher that we want. And that's the kind of people that I know Friends of Democracy would ensure are there to be guiding their children along the way. I believe very much that you can't left anything to chance. We've got to fight. We've got to fight and fight. We've got to tell people who we are. F the bees. I say bees because all of them is bees. One came over, he's still a bee. F the bees can switch from B to D. One moment you're talking to the D, and you're saying some bad things, terrible things about the other side. You're with the bees and you're saying, oh, this fella and the dems is this and that. And you know 2 weeks later, the one that you're saying is this worst person, they come over and join the bees. I can't understand. People use your common sense. The people who are in your homes listening, we Bajans are smarter than that, man. When you come to the Friends of Democracy, we have your trust. It's a covenant between us and you. We decide that you are with us. I don't let this party hopping thing at all. So if you see they can do it, B's can jump to D and D can jump to B. So why you can't jump to the Friends of Democracy too? It's secure. Your future is sure. No, can't win election. We don't want, no. We got to win them because they win them over. You have to win them over in your heart. That's the only way you're going to get the votes. There's some that I wouldn't want either. But I want the majority of them. Because we are a party who cares about people. Just walk and canvass. Just another mention of Karina when we were canvassing. I heard a guy said, I love you, Karina. You're good, you're bright, you're intelligent, you understand, you're focused. But people are saying that you came to cut the Democratic Labour Party vote. Well, them got votes? No, seriously. I look at some survey they did the other day when they didn't know that we were serious about approaching. And you had the bees with 67 and 70, this and that. And the bees, these they're holding on to 17. We want all people from the BLP. Let us understand that when there's somebody in office to challenge her, we get results. I don't know my time factor, but I can go on for a little longer if you want me to. I am not here as a candidate, so I don't want people to think that I came to steal their thunder. That's Matthew. I'm very, very pleased to see that Matthew, you and Stephanie and Kerry got together and put together that office. A joint effort. First time probably in the history of Barbados. You can want something better than that. We as a people got to understand, up here in St. Philip, they separate us a little bit and give us a piece of Christchurch and thing. But we in St. Philip have to have a similar arrangement. You can share the cost. Because people will want to see you, even if you get into the house. And I understand, give you an office. But in any event, you've got to have a place where people can come and meet you. I passed by Indarware's constituency, and there's a hive activity now. All the other time, I ain't know who in there. The place ain't open. I wonder to what extent is it accessible to people. And sometimes people don't want too much, All they want, I had to write some resumes for people and that kind of thing. Letters that will want to get a piece of land, and I'm a politician. You put them there, they should be there. And I want to warn the candidates and friends of the democracy, when somebody is trying to speak with you, always get their phone number. Have a little time for them. I don't care what kind of hurry you're in. Take a little time to talk with them, find out what's the problem, even if it's just an anecdote of what it is. And then make sure and call back that person. It means a lot to somebody to see that I talked with you and you call me back. And then you want to find out exactly if you don't have an office. If you have an office, invite them to the office. Identify the areas that they're interested in. In our case, I remember this person said that he wanted to be like a yard or somebody, a porter. We think that might be a menial task. But to that person, it means something. And it means something when you call them back as well. When you call, not just call because you want to return a call. You call back to advocate that you write a testimony, not testimonial, a resume, curriculum, video, whatever, and you send it off for them. If need be, put a stamp on it there and say, well, look, you go and drop it in. That is the kind of representation that we want. That is why I'm here with Friends of Democracy. I am also impressed with Andwele. He always puts God into everything. And I like the fact, what he says about Christ and Jesus and that inner soul that is within us that helps to show us the right way. And I'm saying that he is going to be successful. He is going to be successful because he puts God in the forefront. And all of us, we're never too late. I used to have my misgivings too. I tell you, I got baptized about a year and 8 months ago. So you can be baptized by the Friends of Democracy. As a member, come here and be a one. Or we can also be baptized in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. All right, I've seen some movement. And I want to say thank you so much for the little opportunity. Always remember that with 12 people in opposition, we can stop the 2/3 majority. Also, there's a requirement sometimes to amend the Constitution that requires a 3/4 majority. And the clear example, I want to say thanks to those senators at the time who, when they wanted to put a person who was either 18 or under 18 in the Senate, those senators joined with the opposition at the time and said, it's my understanding, I don't think it's libelous, but we know that they had to pull back. The first walk back was when they pulled back and said, no, we got to put somebody else. But it's all because the Constitution, we were living under a Constitution, and there's certain specifications that are made. We can do a lot as an opposition party. Thank you so much. I really appreciate being here. I hope you appreciated me as much as I enjoyed it.
Oh, we rise up.
Oh, we rise up.
Oh, we rise up.
Oh, we rise up.
From the hills.
Thank you, Kemmerick. You know, Barbados doesn't need any more polished thought. We need people that are people's persons. We need people with real voices. Voices that sound like the people just like me and you. And I think Kemmerick came out here and did an awesome job. He should have been a politician for real. And tonight is about opening the people's eyes, opening people's ears, and opening people's hearts to understand why Barbados need a change and why FOD is that change. You know, people keep saying that they're fed up, but yet, year after year, time after time, we keep juggling between the same two old parties all the time. Barbados Labour Party and the dead Labour Party, the dead Labour Party and Barbados Labour Party. And you know, there's a saying that says that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again and expecting a different result. And that is why we are asking you to take us seriously. Take a serious look at our policies. Take a serious look at our candidates. Take a serious look at our leadership. And make us, Friends of Democracy, the #1 choice for your lead opposition in Barbados. And last night I would have spoke and I would have said, you know, there are some individuals and entities that will try to shut us down and shut us out and try not to mention us. But I want to tell you tonight that Friends of Democracy is on the lips of Barbados. Friends of Democracy is on the lips of Bajans. So as much as they try to shut us out, as much as they try to not want to play us on the radio or try to not call our names, Friends of democracy is in the streets and on the lips of Barbadians. And only today I came across a poll on a popular social media, I won't call the name, and it asked a question: which party should we give the opportunity to become the opposition of Barbados? And when we look at the polls, we see FOD at number 1 with around 70%. And trailing badly on there was the Dead Labour Party with about 16%. So as I say, FOD is on the lips of Barbadians. It's time to introduce our second speaker. And this speaker became a good friend and, might I say, a brother. He is an individual grounded in and on the principles of God. He's a pastor, a philanthropist, and an entrepreneur. He is guided by the belief that the greatest tragedy in life is not death, but a life without purpose. He has spent the past decade serving communities through counseling, volunteering, and mentoring young men. Valuing family, righteousness, human life, and justice, his life work is centered on empowering others to become the best version of themselves. I want you to put a hand together tonight for the next representative of St. James South, Pastor Matthew Thorne.
Good night, all of Barbados. I want to make a special welcome to everyone viewing on our socials. I want to say a special welcome to beloved Barbados. Welcome to St. Philip, and a very, very special welcome to St. Philip North. You know, I just have one saying. You know the old time saying, I just got one tonight I want to leave with you. And that is, day does run until night catch it. And I think it is time that the party that has been in power has run long enough. And it's time for change. It is time for something new. And as my friend said, a lot of people are saying the day has been running, but the night coming. You know, he spoke about the importance of having an opposition. And I heard quite recently, the Prime Minister, I think it was yesterday or the day before, you know, she mentioned about it being a dangerous thing to vote in the opposition. But I could understand why she would be fearful, because she can see the potential that the Friends of Democracy has, and she might be frightened that, in fact, we win all 12 seats, and she can be in trouble come February 12th. So you saw the fear in her voice as she spoke concerning the future of this country. But tonight I want to come in representation and to stand alongside the speakers that will come after me, valiant men and women that if you have been listening to, you have been taking note, and you've been giving myself feedback and encouragement, and you have been a tremendous encouragement and asset to us young people that have been standing and facing the fire of this country, and not just holding the feet of the established government to the fire, but holding the entire lower half, or perhaps including their torso as well. So I stand tonight with Miss Anya Lorde, a dynamic young lady, a wonderful woman here representing this constituency in St. Philip North, someone that as I got to know, recognized that she has tremendous potential. And she has been releasing herself as a powerful woman, an advocate, not just in her legal practice, but all across Barbados whenever she opens her mouth, as someone that is going to be an excellent representative in the House of Parliament. So I endorse Miss Anya Lorde tonight. And I stand alongside her as she takes the podium a little bit later, and I am pleased to do so and to endorse her as the next Minister of Parliament for this constituency under the ticket of Friends of Democracy. So she is one that I look forward to eagerly to seeing her representation and what she is going to bring. And because of the things that she has been doing, the innovation, the energy, and the level of service, and the quality and character of an individual, I am truly looking forward to see what she will do for this constituency as you give her the opportunity to represent you going forward. You know, I am tremendously troubled as I look across the political landscape of Barbados. And I see on many, many occasions we have ministers that would rather sit in church than stand in Parliament and fight for our young people and enact policies and laws that will give them a hope and a future, that will give them a genuine fighting chance, to allow the potential, the God-given potential that they have to come to life in this country. I am troubled when I look at the mediocrity. I'm troubled when I look at the standard that they hold themselves to and think that is okay in this country. But hence, that's why Kemmerick said that God has called the Friends of Democracy for such a time as this, when there is such a demoralized political landscape, and people are no longer taking the political parties seriously. We hear time and time and again, platform after platform, party after party, the amount of apathy, the amount of neglect and don't carishness that people associate to the political landscape. But I'm encouraged because there was a man by the name of David. Many of you know him as King David in the Bible. And before he became king and well known, he believed in himself, and he believed that there was God that was big enough that would fight on his behalf and give him the power to fight on behalf of a people that were oppressed. So I say to you tonight that as I see our party, Friends of Democracy, unfolding, I see a lot of King Davids. I see a people that may be small, that might be overlooked, but that have weapons in their hands, in their mouths, in their intellect, in their policies, in our manifesto, that God has given to us to challenge the giants in this country that believe that they're untouchable. So tonight we stand as defenders of democracy. And that is why we stand before you, realistically speaking. Though we understand that nothing is impossible in the hands of Almighty God, we understand and we believe that the Lord has placed us at such a time as this to stand as the opposition in this country. Because Barbados cannot afford, you've heard our president say it time and time and time again, it is going to be too expensive for our children, our grandchildren, and those of you that are sitting here tonight. The cost that we will have to bear would be more, and it will be greater than we could understand. So that's why we stand in the gap, asking you to consider us as a viable and genuine and authentic opposition that will keep the Barbados Labour Party in check. Because right now they're running wild and running roughshod across this country with unchecked power, and we have seen that. We have seen that as they wake up and decide things for us without proper consultation. Consultation, perhaps, in the mouths of an administration, but never on the hearts of people. You know, from an early age, For those of you that may not know, I think my brother Jamal spoke of it briefly, my calling in the pastoral field. My calling or my vocation has always been in pastoral work. It's always been in entrepreneurial work. It has always been being able to look at individuals and see what God has given to them and helping to draw that thing out, especially with young people, specifically young men, and getting them to become the best versions of themselves. Because oftentimes we cannot see who God has called us to be. Oftentimes the people around us, I remember when I was about 14, 15, I'm outside playing on the road. And I think I had a basketball at the time, and I'm just, doing what boys my age would do. And I remember this woman come outside at the evening, and she didn't like the fact I was outside playing with a basketball. And she came out and she said something about, you see you, but you ain't gonna live to see something or the other. You ain't gonna live to see, was 18 or something like that. And you have people sometimes that speak things into your life that should know better. But the reality is that we can't, and we understand that there are those that have experienced hurt, and hurt people do in fact hurt people. So the Lord has placed in my life a mandate to elevate young men, and young women that perhaps have not had someone in their lives that would say to them, I love you, son. Daughter, I love you. You're going to do well in life. You're going to grow up to be someone who's going to contribute something significant to this country. I can see you one day being the doctor or the lawyer. I can see your talent and your worth. And I'm pushing you, go do your CXCs. I'm pushing you, go study that thing you wanted to do overseas. So I've always drawn inspiration from King David. I've always drawn inspiration from other men and women that God has called into the political scene. Joseph of Arimathea. We've seen the African eunuch, and we've seen in the great book men and women that God has placed mandates on their lives in the political space because of the importance of what it means to steward and to guide a country, recognizing that we're not just physical, but there's a spiritual component and element to our lives. On election day, I want us to remember something. I want us to remember the food that we had to put back on the shelves. I want us to remember the gas price extortion that was allowed by the government even when international prices drop. We ask ourselves, why is it we don't get our ease? Why is it when prices go up, ours go up, but then when prices go down, ours stay up? And there is no rigorous opposition that forces them to ask the question, why? Because I don't know why. But there are people out there that know why, that sit in the parliament and the houses and all these other places of influence. But yet there is no effort and significant emphasis to drive the cost back down so you and I, regular people, can live like human beings with dignity and pride in this country. And that has to stop. That is something that is going to be addressed with your help as you give us the opportunity to be your authentic and genuine representations, recognizing the lack of representation. As we hear Barbadians crying out day after day, speech after speech, where is my representative? And that they only show up around election time. But Barbadians, I say to you, that's not good enough. That can't be good enough in a country when you've been hired to do a job. And I made this reference last night. You've been hired to do a job. And if you're not performing the job that you were hired to do, you are given a warning. And if you're not adhering to the warning, you're fired from your position. And the same can be said for an administration that does not do its due diligence, that does not represent its people the way that it should. I've said before, and I will say it again, that any policy that is crafted in this country, any law that is made in the House of Parliament and is passed, must always do two things for the benefit of its people. One, that is put Barbadians first. So the question has to be asked, how is this going to better the lives of the Irish Barbadians in the middle income and the lower income and the upper income standards in this country? Because the time has long passed where we just do things willy-nilly. And the second question we always have to ask is, how does this policy address the standard of living, the cost of living in this country? Because we're people too, and we have to live with dignity and pride in this country. And that is why someone like Anya Lorde, that I've seen fiercely defending the rights of people in the law practice, coming out as a person that is standing before you, who is ready, who is willing, and who is able to put her neck on the line and to give of herself in this political space this evening. So I ask you not only about the gas prices and why we don't have clarity and transparency regarding the gas, the price per barrel went at 100, we're paying $35 a liter. Went at $70 a barrel, we're paying $5 a liter. Went at $50 a barrel, we're paying $4.98 a liter. We must ask ourselves why it seems as if we have a government that doesn't genuinely care about whether you live or die. I know that you feel it. I know in your homes you discuss it and you whisper it with each other. And you talk amongst yourselves. But these are things that we would expose and bring to the forefront. Because they can no longer be hidden under the political carpets that blanket the halls of Parliament. So I ask you about the medicine that you had to delay for your loved ones because of the financial mismanagement in this country. I ask you, as I did before, about the general cost of living and the government's refusal to address it in a way that is reasonable and understandable. Yes, as I mentioned, we recognize that there is a financial playground that we have to interact in and we have to interact with. But still, you can always tell when people are doing something in your interests or working against you, and we see that with bills being passed without consultation, such as the tourism accommodation bill, and we spoke about this, seeking to criminalize and punish the average Barbadian that is not making millions of dollars, but seeking to make ends meet so they can put food on the table for their families, so they can, in some cases, live a life of dignity and comfort. Why is that a problem in this country for the average Barbadian? That is something that should be normal and spearheaded by your government in this country. We need to move up past a place where the street lights and the potholes and painting buildings, that is something, we need to move past where that is something that is heralded as a good thing and wanting a pat on the back and to sing praises of your minister. But what about the real life-changing policies, the real innovative ideas that not just put us on the world stage, but allow Barbadians here to begin to live a life of comfort, that allow us to live a life of worth and dignity. Policies that allow us to go to the supermarket tomorrow, on Monday, and realize that we have a significant decline in the food items because we take an aggressive stance in addressing the VAT that's been applied to the food items. Because we take an aggressive stance for the elderly in applying the tax only to the first 33% of their income. Because we take an aggressive stance, as I will share in a little bit later, to the unemployment that is strangling the young men and young women in this country. Where is the serious approach to address in every single policy, in every single manifesto, the unemployment in this country and the cost of living? Because at the end of the day, there are going to be bills that you cannot pay. And we have to be concerned about the lies that are being told to us again and again and again. And it speaks to the hypocrisy and the double standard. And I heard my brother and friend Kemmerick reference it earlier. The fluidity and ease of which ministers can say out of their mouth that certain people are the worst people in the world and that party is the worst party in the world. And then the very next day, not a year later, after some epiphany, not 6 years later after you recognize, well, perhaps, I see things maybe weren't the way I expected, and I walk things back. But the very next day, you can then begin to say or sing their praises in the morning, and then in the evening, you condemn them to death. So no wonder Barbadians, and it's not simply a Barbadian issue, but across the region and perhaps the entire world, because we have lost our soul, we are losing what it means to be the people's representative. We're losing the understanding of what it means to serve with love, to serve with respect, and to serve with a measure of dignity and pride. And that's why I shared Matthew 20 as a blueprint. Because a lot of ministers went to church today from various political parties, but how many of them have made a commitment to allow their Creator to come into their hearts and to truly transform their speech so that their yes would be yes and their no would be no? And that is important, because it means that when they get up before you on the 12th day of February, it means even before that, when they were crafting their policies, it means that two things are going to happen. Either they're going to follow through with the things that they said out of their mouths that they will do for you, or in fact, it will prove to them that they're a liar and that they're a hypocrite and they had no intentions of serving your interests. So I ask you, what about the NAS and the $1 billion that was written off in this country? And then, via the same token, you say to poor people, you say to the lower and the middle classes of this country that you cannot afford to give them an ease or a break. But yet, you can find it within your organization to give an ease to large businesses in this country that could have afforded to pay their fair share into a pool that is significantly important to every single Barbadian. I ask you again, why? And this is where I'm asking you to seriously think as we approach February the 11th. I want you to seriously think about the future of our country and where we are going as a nation when we can have those that have sworn and have made a covenant with us to lead us, that have sworn to Almighty God on the day that they take office. Because if they're going to lie to Almighty God, they're going to lie to you. So I'm asking you as well to think about the VAT that they've written off. I'm asking you to think about the land that they give away so easily in this country. And we saw the most recent case of that with the African bank. Yes, thank you. But what about the Barbadians here that are struggling to own a piece of the rock? What about Barbadians here that should come first? And I spoke about this last night. Barbadians deserve better. They deserve a government that understands that it is okay to attract international investment, but that cannot come at the expense of the average Barbadian citizen that is important in this country. And I could go on and on and on about the misgivings of the ruling administration. But I want to pivot to some of the things we have been heralding as a political party. And I won't bother to mention anything positive. They will sing their own praises. But I ain't going to spend all night in chastisement, because I think there's something more important than speaking about their transgressions and their sins. And that is what we are going to do for every Barbadian citizen, and the policies that we have so eloquently and thoughtfully crafted, that we are certain that if given the opportunity, will change your lives for the better. That if given the opportunity, we're asking you, that if given the opportunity, we begin to allow the goodness of God to shine on this country again. So to help to shatter the cloud of darkness from the spiritual oppression, from the corruption and misgivings of the administration, one of the policies that we have crafted and believe that would go a very, very long way for helping persons like you and I is the rent-to-own policy. And in this, we are in fact committed to breaking the cycle of generational renting, and I spoke about this earlier, and expanding home ownership to the working class and the middle-income Barbadians in this country. So what we have done is developed an aggressive and genuine rent-to-own policy that is going to make it possible for thousands or even tens of thousands of citizens to secure a home, many of whom, like myself, would be first-time home owners in their 20s, in their 30s, in their 40s, and even those perhaps that had given up. This will be a ray of hope, a breath of fresh air, and a beacon where they can say, yes, I see how this can make sense for me. And it is something then that they can pass on to their children that has worth and value. So under this policy, what we're proposing are 100% mortgages that will be granted to public officers and private sector employees earning between $2,500 and $5,000 Barbados dollars a month. So these mortgages will be provided at a reasonable market-driven interest rates. And the idea is to have no deposit. And this will actually remove one of the largest barriers to entry for first-time homeowners in this country. I remember my first time, it was several years ago, I was recently married. So this might have been in 2018, 2019. We went to the bank and we were looking to inquire about a mortgage. And we were just falling in the bracket where we were able to qualify for a property on the lower end, somewhere between, I think it was the $200,000 to $300,000 mark. And this is a price point that the majority of Barbadians would happily accept and happily be glad to say, I can own a piece of the rock in. But unfortunately, at that particular time, there was, I think it was either a 5 or 10% deposit that we had to have. And that puts it at about what, $30,000? And at that time, and at our ages, that was an impossible amount of money to find. And it would have taken us several years to be able to save something like that. And then to go forward to the institution and say, okay, we've come back now to apply for this mortgage. So that's why that is going to be a critical element where we are beginning to put our trust in Barbadians and to give them a little bit of a lifeline. Throw a raft out to them and says, you know what, we care about you. I said it before, it is not enough to say that you care, but we want you to show that you care. Show that you care through your policies. Show that you care through your manifestos. And not just through your manifesto as we are doing in our manifesto, but it's after you present it and after we present it to you, the execution of every single policy. Being reasonable, of course. That will change the lives of every Barbadian in this country for the better. So it's really a plan where we intend to have a dedicated housing authority or some type of agency that is going to be established to superintend and manage the program, ensuring transparency, efficiency, and accountability. And obviously, this may call for some level of close workings with the financial institutions, which I think personally need to have a serious revamping and overhaul, because that's another area I think that should be taken seriously in this country. If we're seriously talking about the future for young people, if we're seriously talking about having policies that cater towards the average and the lower income individuals and them getting ahead and succeeding, our banking institutions have to be brought on board. But it seems as if in a lot of cases, they're the ones that are running the ship. But we can't have that in this country if we are serious about a country where our children and our children's children will have to live. So our children and our children's children, and even those that are present, are also going to benefit from something called the Small Enterprise Empowerment Department. And we call this SEED. It's really an initiative because we understand that in a reality where unemployment and underemployment and a lack of innovation in so many areas are leaving our young professionals disgruntled, unfulfilled, we recognize that entrepreneurship still stands and shines as an area where people can hope again, where people can live again. Sometimes I started by saying some things. Our young people simply need an encouraging word. They simply need an elder, a young man or a young woman to come alongside them and say, son, you can do it. Man, listen, anything you put your mind to, I have a 5-year-old daughter, and my wife always says to her every single day, anything you put your mind to, you can achieve. And that is something that our young people in this country need to hear. But it's not enough just to hear it, but we're going to throw our policies and our money where our mouth is. And that is via the Seed Employment Creative Initiative. Because what it is going to do, and we recognize that it is in fact a noble pursuit, but it's one which is going to keep our economy not only thriving through activity, it's going to stimulate the economy, and it's also going to allow some level of diversity and options, where persons can now be innovative and creative in many things that they want to do, whether it's in craft, manufacturing, machinery. A lot of times, I am honestly perplexed that we don't have enough things going for young people in this country. And it is something that we cannot allow, because on one hand of our mouth, we say our young people are the future. But then on the very next hand, with the other half of our mouth, apparently half of our brain, we're not doing things, rather, that are aligning with the things that we're speaking. So this is an invitation for them to use their enthusiasm, their knowledge, and networking to build something of their own and to help them to improve their society, help them to improve their families, and help them to improve their communities. Because as I canvass, even just a few weeks ago with Anya, we hear the plight of young people where they have given up. They believe that there is no hope. They have lost faith in the political systems today because they have been abused. Because they hear politicians come out and say one thing, and then nothing is done on their behalf. Nothing is followed through with. And at some point, that is going to breed, as I have said before, a level of distrust, a level of dissatisfaction, and people become disengaged. So that is why it is so important. And I love what my friend Kemmerick said earlier as I was speaking. To have a cadre, to have young people at heart, that have a love in their heart for people. People that will represent you vehemently, represent you honestly and with integrity in the House of Parliament. So I spoke about the rent to own and the small empowerment, the small enterprise department. Department is something as well that, once given the opportunity, will revive young minds and stimulate growth in this country. But unfortunately, it is a pursuit which many Barbadians find nearly impossible, given the lack of sufficient funding, investment opportunities which help to get their ideas off the ground. Many persons, as I mentioned as we were canvassing with Anya, a lot of times the individuals, they want to start a small business as a nail tech. They want to start a rental car company. I met a particular young man who I've grown to love. His name is Chris, and he wants to get into farming. And he wants to do something with chickens, but the $5,000 or $6,000, or sometimes the $10,000, or even the $20,000 is something that's impossible to come by. Because our youth have enough to fight against in this country, with a government that has given up on them. With persons sometimes in their own households that do not believe that they would amount to anything. As you gave me the example of the lady from my constituency, when I was just 14 years old, you could imagine the psychological damage that does to young people. From time they are toddlers until they become young men. And that is why programs like these, we believe, would reignite some element of purpose and hope in their lives. Because I believe that in every person is something that they're passionate about. And that is why we are coming alongside every young man and young woman with thought out and God-given policies so they can realize their potential in this country. So I talked about the funding and why that is tremendously important. So this need is increasing, and it has led us to formulate a plan of action to address it, and a part of that is implementing a startup seed fund in order to invest $15 million annually over 100 entrepreneurs through the seed fund. So our applicants will receive $15,000, and this is something that is flexible. There will be, and it's not that we're rigid to that, there will be persons that require a slightly larger investment. There are persons that may need a slightly smaller investment, and you'll be flexible and have the right persons in place that are people-centered and people-focused that can see this vision come to pass. So what we will couple that with is a built-in compulsory enrollment in the NAS, because we understand the importance of the NAS. Hence why we speak so detrimentally to the $1 billion that was written off by this administration, recognizing how important this is to the future of every Barbadian that is going to be retiring and is going to be benefiting in some way from the fund. So that particular fund, which would be accumulated, will act as a guarantee for the loan, with the government having the first claim on the matured benefits over time. The NAS monthly or weekly payments from the loan recipients will form part of the monthly repayment to the government for that loan. And the rationale is quite clear. The idea is to afford adequate and appropriate seed funding while simultaneously instituting a built-in mechanism to guarantee the same loan. And this will provide the self-employment insurance and coverage for the loan recipients. So these funds paired with employment opportunities like business training and startup resources and tools and machinery and IT software and a network of other like-minded tools and resources, what it will do is make establishing the small business enterprises much easier for the entrepreneur today. And this is, I think, a very critical point, because we do recognize that we're a small country. We recognize that our resources are limited. But a lot of these initiatives are things that can be done via the computer, through AI. I speak of it as often as I can, through networking, through marketing via the various technologies on the computer. So a lot of this is stuff that can be exported out of this country across the Caribbean, North America, China. There are persons that want to experience our culture, people that want to know who we are and understand what it means to be Barbadian and the things that we have to offer. So when I think of this, it is not only here and the physical or the brick and mortar businesses, such as nail techs or manufacturing, or my friend Chris that is interested in the farming within chickens or rabbits, but there are also tech-related initiatives that we can export out of this country and be a benefit to the young people that have given up and lost hope. So our message and our mission, as we seek to be your voice in the House of Parliament, as we seek to be a credible and leading opposition in this country, is to restore hope in Barbadians again, to bring strength back to democracy. And our mission and vision is to restore balance and accountability where there is currently none in the House of Assembly. I am persuaded and I am guided by a philosophy where a political party and a government's mission is to make your lives better, St. Philip North. That's the reason for the existence, not for you to suffer in silence or to suffer vocally. So tonight, I ask you to consider our candidate and your next Minister of Parliament. So help her God. And so if you find favor with her, and if you give her the nod come February the 11th. But I ask you to scrutinize our policies. I ask you to consider the things that we are putting forward to you via our website and our Instagram, and via the mouth of the candidates and other members of our party. And I ask you to make an informed decision, and not making a decision out of ignorance that will cost us in the next 4 or 5 years. So I bless you tonight, and I thank you, St. Philip North, and all of Barbados. May God bless you, and we love you. Good night.
Thank you, Pastor Matthew. And you know that one of Barbados' biggest problems is not only the economy, but it's the direction that Barbados is going. And when leadership loses its moral compass, the country starts to drift. And we just got to take a look at what happened a couple of weeks ago on Arab Day at the party up in St. Lucie, when you had little children on the stage singing cuss word songs in front of big ministers and adults and all of these things. Barbados has lost its moral compass under this BLP regime. And it's time that FOD make that change. It is time that FOD keep the bees in check. And we have seen what happens when values are replaced with vanity and service is replaced with self-interest. You know, Kemmerick talk about rolling up the $200 in the shirt and buying votes. And vanity have taken over the lives of Bajans. And it's time that we move away from that and get back to a godly nation. Get back to righteousness within this land of Barbados. Barbados need leadership that understand that the power is borrowed from the people, not owned by politicians. Leadership that understands about justice and fairness and accountability. And these things is not optional. These things is required for leadership. And if these things does not come from our leaders, then we need to get rid of them. We need to fire the leaders if these things does not come from them. And that is why Friends of Democracy places principle over popularity. And Friends of Democracy places people over politics. And you can see that within our manifesto. That our manifesto is a people's first manifesto. Because we care about the people of Barbados. And at this time, I want to introduce you to our next speaker. And he is a man of many talents, and a politician seems to be one of them, although he's running from that. But he's dynamic, he's well-versed, and when he speaks, he brings facts. Although he's not a candidate, he's instrumental to the running of this party. And he's instrumental to the St. Philip West campaign. And I want to introduce you and bring it to the platform at this time, none other than Jason Bowen.
Good night, good night, good night, people of St. Philip North. Keep some noise. I don't know if somebody can just quickly move this here out the way, because we got CBC recording. So anybody who can quickly move this. I like to be free, you see. I don't like anything restricting me. Good night, people of St. Philip North. I'm here once again as a guest speaker. As Jamal Martindale just said, I'm not a candidate. Maybe not know. But the candidate for this area, Miss Anya Lorde, I'm here to endorse her very strongly for this area, for this constituency. I want you to give a round of applause for Miss Anya Lorde. She's a wonderful lady. She has made a lot of impact so far in the party, and we are so happy to have her to run in this constituency. In fact, if you look at it, she is the best choice for St. Philip North. So St. Philip North, I want you to look out for Anya Lorde. She's a mighty woman. She keeps it very real, and she will be a true representative for you. I'm telling you, she will be a true representative for you. Now, tonight, I was wondering why again they bring me to speak again, because I've been so busy canvassing and doing so many other different things. But I want to speak tonight I wanted to speak initially on a few policies. But then, as Jamal Martindale would have mentioned before, there was a poll that came out recently, and the poll asked the question about who would you give the option of being the opposition? And people, can I tell you that FOD, Friends of Democracy, is leading in that poll. Give a round of applause for that. No, you must understand the significance of what that means, especially for a party that is only 7 months young. The fact that Friends of Democracy is even leading way above the George Street Party, by the way, or the Dead People Party. But for 7 months, being so young, because I know that the media likes to claim us as a fledgling party, but I can say that we are a new party that has been making leaps and bounds in this country. And I can tell you for sure that Friends of Democracy is making a great impact in this election. Friends of Democracy is making a great impact in this election, so much so that Motley is frightened. The head reason why me and Motley called the election was because that Friends of Democracy placed her between a rock and a hard place. Because you must realize that me and Motley recognize that the clock is ticking. And as the clock is ticking, and as each day and each month goes by, Friends of Democracy is gaining in popularity. We are gaining in momentum. Becoming stronger and stronger each and every day, each and every week, each and every month. And me and Motley recognize that the longer that she delays in calling the election, she's beginning to lose her popularity. Coupled also with the fact that the budget was also coming up too as well. So if Motley waits till after the budget, she knows for sure that any opposition would seek to criticize anything that she puts in that budget. So she is in hopes now of trying to hold an election right before the budget because, according to her, she's red and ready and she's hoping for another 30-0. But the people of Barbados are waking up and they're saying no to another 30-0. They will not allow it this time around. So the election was called really because that Friends of Democracy has been gaining leaps and bounds, and it is putting me and Motley now in a tight spot. But tonight, I want to talk a little bit in terms of democracy. You see the polls, and as I said, Friends of Democracy is leading in the polls. And another thing that I just want to say before I go on to the topic of democracy. Do not mind the numbers that you are seeing. Do not be fooled by the numbers of the mass party. Do not be fooled about the posters that you see all over the place. People, I want to tell you that a lot of these things by the mass party is just optics. It is just optics. All the people that you see at these rallies, they are putting them in a bus and putting them all in one location. And I'm going to just give you an example of this now. On our way coming up, we decided to come through 6 roads, and lo and behold, Motley and K. McConney is holding a meeting up that side. And you can see bare red shirts all over the place, car park full of bare red shirts. But when I check the back of these red shirts now, I see St. George South. About 10 people walking up St. George South. Well, St. George South people cannot vote for St. Philip West. So I'm telling you, do not be fooled by these numbers. It is only just a facade to show the social validity. But I'm telling you that the people of Barbados wants an opposition. In fact, I can go far to even tell you that the reason why we are leading in the polls, many may say that our message seems to be resonating with people. But it isn't really necessarily that our message is resonating with people. It is because that Friends of Democracy has chosen to listen to the people. We have chosen to listen to the people. And the people of Barbados are saying that they want someone to stand in the gap for them. They want someone to advocate for them. They want someone to fight for them. And Friends of Democracy is clearly that choice. Now, as we talk about democracy, I talked about the need of an opposition, the importance of the opposition, and I've articulated that point so much times that I can probably talk very long on it. And I'm going to try to stick to time because I'm very passionate about it. But tonight, I want to talk a little bit and spin the narrative in a bit in terms of what I deem to be almost of the illusion of democracy in this country. And you may say, well, but we have an electoral process and people are able to vote and have to choose 30-0. 30-0 is the will of the people. And I go back to even say this, that when the election was called in 2018 and the 30-0 happened, even Mia Motley herself was shocked. Even Mia Motley herself was shocked. A lot of the political analysts, they knew that BLP was going to win, but they never knew and they never thought it possible that seats like St. Lucie and St. John could be lost because those were actually very strong DLP strongholds. And I remember that election night when I saw St. Lucie and St. John losing. I said, my goodness, if they can lose St. John, it means everything else lost. And in 2022, you see, at the time, the DLP was not ready. And so, again, it was another red wash. But this time, in 2026, I'm happy to report that the people of Barbados have another alternative. They do not have to rely on the George Street Party because you have the Friends of Democracy. And the Friends of Democracy is going to make sure that there is not another 30-0. We are not here to cut votes. We are here to make an impact. So getting on to this thing about democracy and talking a little bit about the illusion of the democracy, I want to first start in terms of the president. As you know, we became a republic, and after becoming a republic, we also instated a new president. Now, I don't have anything against the president because I believe that he handled COVID well, right? And I will give jacket. I believe that with all due respect, he handled COVID well. But I can tell you for sure that the office of the president, at least, it should be independent. And I can tell you for sure that it is not independent. So we now have a president of Barbados who, to this very day, I can tell you now in the election who he is going to vote for. It's no secret. I can actually tell you now who he is going to vote for because his alliance is with that party. This is the illusion of democracy. What is supposed to be independent, we already see that it is biased. And it's not to say that the president cannot exercise their constitutional right to vote. It is that it is so openly biased to the people. It is almost so disrespectful, if you ask me about it. But the impact of that simply is that the president is also responsible for choosing independent senators. And can I tell you that these so-called independent senators are going to be leaning towards the same BLP party? So now, when you look at the House of Assembly, especially in the Senate, you recognize that the leading party is already getting their way. Even though that they're supposed to be these independent individuals, we all know where they are leaning at. Furthermore, I don't even want to say this, but even one of them who was recently sworn in as an independent, I recently saw him on a BLP podcast. So you already see where their alliance is currently at. I even go as far then to the Speaker of the House. As we know, the Speaker of the House currently is Arthur Holder. Again, I have nothing personally against him. Good guy, if you ask me. But, as I said, I have nothing personal against him. But what I can tell you, as we are hearing now, they recognize that the Speaker of the House is already a B. They're trying now to say that the Speaker of the House should be independent, but the word on the street that they're looking now to reinstate Arthur Holder as the same Speaker of the House. So how can he be deemed as an independent individual when we know who he is going to vote for? This is what I mean by the illusion of democracy. In the last 7 years too as well, we had so-called opposition leaders. And these opposition leaders that we had, if I may say, all came from the BLP cloth. They were all cut from the BLP cloth. People of Barbados, we need to wake up. Our democracy is being threatened. Our democracy is currently being threatened. And the biggest thing to it too as well is even our electoral process. Up to yesterday, I believe, we had a meeting with the election observers. And I can tell you, I'm very glad that they're here, and I'm hoping that they will watch this election very closely. But what I can tell you for sure, it seems to me as our electoral process and democracy is threatened so much to the point where even though that persons do have the right to carry out their vote, I liken it to this. We know that elections are held even in Russia. But if you look at how Russia operates, every opposition leader seems to be tormented, put in jail, or as even the Russians would say, you mysteriously find them out through a window. Now, I'm not saying that that is what Prime Minister Motley is doing, but I'm saying that she finds a way to try to cripple her opponents. And the snap election is one way that she tries to do it. And I'm very much glad that the election was called to, by the way. But I'm just highlighting these things to allow you to know that there is an abuse of power in this country, and we cannot allow it to continue. There must be some kind of electoral reform happening in this country. And we have said it before, that we would like to see fixed election dates. Right now, with this whole mess that we're in, by having these quick elections, or these snap elections, Mayor Motley has put the Electoral and Boundaries Commission under unnecessary pressure. She has put the Electoral and Boundaries Commission people under pressure to the point that it is so bad that we had a special polling day that occurred, and the official voters list is going to be released tomorrow. How can you got polling happening and the official voters list is not even out? These are the kind of things that we need to highlight in this country, people. We need to highlight these things. So it's either a case of we have the fixed election dates, or it is a case, if it is not fixed, the minimum must be moved from 21. Now the problem, if you move the minimum from 21, is that it forces Motley to spend a lot more money campaigning. And as you could imagine, if the minimum is 21, recognize that this is the second time that Motley only gave 21 days. So she's making sure she's not tossing people through a window or putting them in jail, but she's making sure that she has the upper hand each and every time when it comes to the election. But I want you to know that the people of Barbados are waking up, and we must recognize that we have the power, we have the voice, and we can make a change and a difference in this country. We talk so much about voter apathy, not knowing that the very same prime minister is who caused us to have this voter apathy, you know. Bringing people to the polls so quick, ever so often. How much times now the people of St. James North go to the poll? When they just went around 2 years ago? Causing people to be exhausted. Causing people to lose faith in the system. These are the kind of things that we need to address. So, it has now come to the point where it seems to me that we have an illusion of democracy. And the only way that we can truly break free from this is when we get back to a two-party state. We cannot allow ourselves to fall under another one-party state again, because we have had that for the last 7 years. And I keep talking to you about the need for opposition. And there are a few things that I want to highlight to you today if we do not have an opposition. If we do not have an opposition, if we allow another 30-0, there are a few things that are going to happen which I want to highlight. The first thing I want to highlight to you is that if we do not have an opposition, what we're going to have is somebody crossing the floor. We're going to have somebody crossing the floor once again. We have seen it happen in 2018. We have seen it happen in 2024. And like I mentioned, it seems to me, based on the words of Mia Motley, because I can only go on the words that she said, back in 2022, Mia Motley says that she recognized the need, she understands the needs for opposition. But then she said that no, it's not the time. So my question to Mia Motley is, since that 2022 was not the time, is 2026 the time for an opposition? I know she's saying, oh, but if you vote for opposition, you may end up voting in a government that you don't want. But allow me, Motley, to do the math for you, because you can only be talking about the DLP. Friends of Democracy is running 12 candidates. And so strategically, I'm asking the people of Barbados to put in all 12 Friends of Democracy candidates. Make us the leading opposition. You cannot go wrong if you vote for Friends of Democracy, because we have 12 candidates. If we had 30 candidates like the DLP, that would be a concern, Ms. Motley. We don't have that. With strategic voting, I'm asking the people of St. Philip North to vote in Anya Lorde, to vote in every other FOD candidate to make us the strong, viable opposition that you are asking for. So I've said it. It is better for the people to elect who they want as the opposition leader. It is better for the people to decide who they want as the opposition party. Because according to Motley, I think I've begun to figure her out. She understands the need for an opposition. She wants to give the perception of an opposition, but she doesn't want a true opposition. Because she will make the offers for somebody to cross the floor. She will make the offer for somebody to cross the floor. But that money is only a show. They're not going to hold her to check like how President Karina Goodridge is going to hold her to check. So what you have is just this show and just this illusion where we can have the possibility of somebody crossing the floor. Either one, because Prime Minister Motley told them to cross the floor and to make it look good, or two, which I believe is also a very little strong possibility, but right now there is a lot of in-house fighting within the BLP. All that happened is that they have a better way of confining it from the public. It is only the George Street Party that allowed all the dirty laundry to be all over social media, left, right, and center. But I can tell you for sure that the BLP have a lot of internal conflict, much of which the public does not know because they do a very good job keeping it all together. And I want to warn you people too as well, for the people who are in St. Philip North, because you may very much be surprised because you know the relationship between Motley and Sonia Brown. That relationship is not too strong. That relationship is not too strong. So for all the people who think that they're going to be voting in Sonia Brown as a B, you may be surprised that she end up crossing the floor. People of St. Philip North, be very careful who you vote for. You might as well end up voting Anya Lorde. Because if Sonia Brown plans to cross the floor after she gets elected to make sure that her pension is secure, you may as well vote Anya Lorde. You may as well vote Anya Lorde. So that's the first thing that we need to look at. The other thing that we need to understand too as well is that if we allow another 30-0, what we're basically saying is that millions of dollars will remain unaccounted for. Plain and simple. 60 million from the whole project. If you allow another 30-0, that 60 million will go unaccounted for. And that is your money. Not Motley money. That is your money, the taxpayers' money. How can we allow the BLP to get away with that? When we talk about Carrie Fester, Prime Minister Motley decided to hold an election without even giving us the figures of how much was spent. And good governance to me tells me that you must tell us how much was spent. You must at least have a budget of some sort. You believe that we can't even have any figure, any ballpark figure for how much was actually spent on this event? You should have had some kind of budget. You cannot just spend the people's money willy-nilly just like that. And when you bring these things to the public, people get offended because they love Motley so much. But you must love your money more. You must love your country and love your money more. The money that you pay in taxes, up to now we cannot get any figure on this Carrie Fester, and people think that we're just talking about this for talking about this state. But we need to know how much was spent. And I'm telling you today that if you do not put in an opposition, that Carrie Fester money or that report ain't coming, you know. That money ain't coming. Because I can tell you for sure that from September, very early September last year, Dr. Chantal Monroe Knight get and say her one, that the estimate's coming soon. That was back in September. We know in a month, we in a new year and a new month. February 2026. That was back in September 2025. And we could never find out how much. And all Motley hoping is that it didn't went over 100 million. You just hoping. You can't see it. You don't know. Up to now, you do not know. And these things are important for us. You cannot spend the taxpayers' money willy-nilly just like that. That is our money. We must protect our money. When you spend the people's money willy-nilly just like that, it ends up having that there's going to be some new tax that is going to be placed on us, the people. People, we need to wake up. We need to wake up and begin to see what's happening. The next important reason, if it is that the people of Barbados allow me and Motley to get another 30 seats, we will not have any transparency. And this is something that Motley campaigns strongly on coming to the public and telling the people, I'm going to be very transparent with you. I'm going to talk with you. And like I said, many times she's a very good communicator. I give her that much. She can take the award for that. Because you know they say that Frandel didn't say anything at all. Actually, there was even a song on that. Frandel ain't saying anything at all. So Motley come about as a good speaker. Unfortunately, we don't just want sweet words. The people of Barbados want transparency. And what we find is that this government is waiting till the people of Barbados are distracted to rush bills into Parliament. They're waiting until you're sleeping. They're waiting until you are in facts and partying, and they're looking to rush these bills. And many times, it is only when you see the implementation of them and you see it months later down that people begin to have an outcry. And I'm saying to you that you need an opposition in there to be a watchdog, to alert the public to say, hey, this is what is happening. You know, many persons, I find it funny when many persons say, oh, but when you're the opposition, what you could do. I see some recent comments, persons saying, oh, one, they had a strong opposition back in Frandel time, 1614, and the economy still went down. Can I tell you that Mia Motley herself know that it was her who alerted the public even when Frandel wasn't saying anything at all? Actually, to be very frank with you, it is true that the Frandel Stewart administration wasn't saying anything. And a lot of the things that Bajans knew, only knew because Mia Motley was speaking out. I don't know if you guys remember this, but even coming up to the election in 2018, Mia Motley had a strong and large protest all down in Bay Street. I don't know if you guys remember that. And I'm saying to you that we, the people, have power. We have more control over these politicians. And when you make Friends of Democracy the leading opposition, we can stand with the people and also protest against any nonsense that this government seeks to do. I'm telling you. The other concern too as well is that if you do not have an opposition leader, we then need to ask ourselves who is going to stand on the Public Accounts Committee. And it is best to have the opposition leader standing as the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee. And I've told you before, I don't just want you guys to put in one person. I want all 12 candidates in. Because Ralph Thorne, yes, he has been the chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, but the trick Ralph Thorne, you know, because when he went to investigate the whole project, they said, no. We got other things on the agenda. We will get back to that. All of a sudden, no, we get and see that Motley called an election. Why it is that we can't have this whole project investigated? Why is it that Motley doesn't want to have a true opposition? Because like I said, if there's a 30-0, I'm telling you that somebody is going to cross the floor. And it is better for you guys to elect who you want as the opposition rather than to have this foolishness of people crossing the floor, because that is only contributing once again to the voter apathy. But the other big point too that I want to make too as well is that we need to have an opposition, and a very strong opposition, who will begin to ask the very critical and important and hard questions. Friends of Democracy is not looking to oppose for opposing sake, my people. We are not here just to oppose to opposing sake. Friends of Democracy wants to have those meaningful, genuine debates. We want to have serious debates for the better in the governance of this country. It requires it. I keep telling you that not all criticism is bad. And I would continue to say this each and every time too as well. The biggest weakness of the Mia Motley-led administration is poor legislation. That is the biggest weakness that Mia Motley and her administration has. So much so that every piece of legislation they've had to walk back. Where people are now calling them the walk back government. And so it is clear to me that since Mia Motley and her administration is not able to correctly get anything right when it comes to passing these legislations, you must elect friends of democracy into parliament so that we can help Motley to conduct better governance in this country. So I'm telling you that even if you are a BLP supporter and you love Motley so much, I'm telling you that Mia Motley needs help. So vote Friends of Democracy so that we can give her that help. It is only fair if you love Mia Motley so much and you believe that she is the person to lead the country, then we are saying that we are here to help Mia Motley by making sure that we scrutinize every piece of legislation and make amendments where needed. And like I say, I don't want to go too much into policies, but I'm just going to give 2 examples. We have seen that the BLP has released their manifesto. And one of the things that caught me in the manifesto was the fact that they want to give children $5,000 to be in an investment fund. And everybody is shouting and praising this policy. But again, for good governance to truly occur, it takes an opposition person to look at this, to scrutinize this, and say, hold up 1 second, Mia Motley. There's some things that we need clarification on. You need to tell us what happens when the child passes away. What happens when the child passes away before the age of 18? You need to tell us too as well if this is going to apply to any tourists who come into the country and just born a child and then decides to leave. And more importantly too as well, and I believe that most of the public would agree with me on this, there is no way that we, the taxpayers, should be contributing to this, especially when it comes to persons who are extremely and filthy rich. Imagine a person who has $1 million in assets. Millions in assets. I don't want to call any names, but you know the names. You know the big players in this country. And they decide to have children. I can tell you for a matter of fact that they're already set though. And you are taking the taxpayers' money to put $5,000 into that rich family's account. People of Barbados, wake up. You are seriously going to take our taxpayers' money and give it to somebody who is already filthy rich. So we need to make amendments. I'm not saying that it is altogether bad, but I'm saying that we need to scrutinize this and make amendments and say, hey, once a person has passed a specific tax bracket, let us reconsider and say, no, you got enough money already. Let me focus on the persons who really don't have. We need to start looking at some of these things. The other thing that I want to look at too as well is the fact that Kerry Simmons, he would have made a statement recently in terms of, and he also mentioned Kerry Festa as an example, because as we know that the people who work for Kerry Festa, it took them a very long time to get paid. And so Kerry Simmons was saying this, that if it's possible for you to get paid faster, but when you get paid faster, you would receive a lower amount. And I'm telling you, people of Barbados, that is nonsense. If I charge you $50,000, give me my $50,000. If I charge you $50,000 for an event, for conducting some work for the government, I expect to get my $50,000. That is how it works. And I can tell you for sure, I don't even want to go on too much because we talk about, another question that somebody talk about is, well, if you're the opposition, why it is that when I got a manifesto? Friends of Democracy has a manifesto because we are not looking to go into Parliament empty-handed. We are looking to have and to contribute to this government, to this country. We are not just going in for opposing sake. We are going in and we are going to look to advocate our ideas, our policies. That is why we brought our manifesto to you, the people of Barbados, so that you have an idea of what we are looking to advocate for. We are looking to advocate to remove VAT off of food. We are looking to advocate to remove the sewage tax from those persons who are not attached to any sewage plant. We are looking to advocate for the flyovers. And another thing that we advocated for, which Carrie Simmons probably did not hear, but we advocated that the same way that the public has to pay the government interest anytime that we pay late, then it is only fair that the government pays us interest anytime that they are late. And many persons will say, but oh, well, where are you going to get the money from? But the fact of the matter is, this is just a deterrence so that the government will know to get your act together. If you don't want to be paying out late fees, get your act together and pay the people on time. Plain and simple. That is what it's about. No, so when Carrie Simmons get and say that, oh, the people can get the money, but they're gonna get less, you are forcing people to then give an invoice that is going to be higher. Because if I know that the job that I'm charging you 50,000, and you are telling me that I could pay my money quickly, but you're going to only give me 47,000, then I'm going to charge you 55,000 so as to offset that cost. Plain and simple, give the people exactly what they call for. We need to get an efficient government running, people of Barbados. And the last thing that I want to mention to you, because, and I will keep mentioning this too as well, because this question has not been addressed. And I hope that CBC and Nation and Barbados today will catch it. Because I recognize each time I address it, the media is running from it. Please do not run from this question. Before this election is called, Mayor Motley must come to the public and tell the public who is her successor. Because last election, Motley get and say that that is going to be her last election. Then last year, she get and tell the public, well, you know what? I'm going to lead the Barbados Labour Party into the next general election. She have called it now in 2026. Now, based on your words, you said that the last election, 2022, was supposed to be your last. So me having common sense, I have to assume then that since 2022, which you said was going to be your last, was not your last, then 2026 would have to be your last. Why are you not telling the public that you are planning to step aside? Why is Mia Motley not coming to the public and telling the public that she is looking to step down? Right now, if you look around, you can see Mia Motley posters all over Barbados. And I got to ask Motley this. How many constituencies you plan to run in? Mia Motley, how much constituencies you plan to run in? As far as I'm concerned, you're only for St. Michael Northeast. You're only for St. Michael Northeast, but when you look around, you see all over Mia Motley, pushing this thing, strong leadership for changing times, strong leadership for changing times. And the people of Barbados are believing that they are going into the polls and putting an X for Motley. And Motley is not telling the people that she plans to step aside. And let me tell you why this is important. This is important simply for the fact that in 2008, the people elected David Thompson. And I keep saying it before, that life took an unexpected turn and David Thompson passed away. And then we had Frondell Stewart who emerged. And many people was not even expecting Frondell Stewart to be the successor. And we saw how Frondell Stewart ran the country and the people were not pleased. And I'm telling the people of Barbados, put it forth to Mia Motley and answer who is going to be her successor. When you vote in Mia Motley and you think that you are giving Mia Motley these all 30 seats, I'm telling you right now, many people are in a honeymoon phase. Many people are in a honeymoon phase because you're getting money, you're getting all these picnics, you're getting drinks. But after this, 3 years from now, do you really think that Mia Motley is going to be around? 3 years from now, do you really think that Mia Motley is going to be around? And when this new leader emerges, I'm telling you, people of Barbados, that person will not lead like how Mia Motley lead. And you will be wondering and questioning, why did we not put in an opposition? So people of Barbados, I've given you some food to think about. I want you to go out there and to vote on February 11th. Make sure that you go and vote for all of the Friends of Democracy candidates. We need a strong, viable opposition, and we are here for you. We look forward to representing you. And go out, get your family, your friends, get everyone to the polls, and let's create history on February 11th. God bless you.
Thank you, Jason. As I told you, we have some dynamic speakers tonight. And I want to introduce you to our next speaker. And he's a former football player and also a highly respected musician, touring internationally and working with Barbados' top artists while using his gifts in the gospel ministry. He's a long-time community activist and political organizer. Ricky has served on several national boards and now serves as second vice president of the Friends of Democracy. Give a round of applause for the next representative of St. Michael Northwest, Ricardo Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Almost dropped asleep. Past my bedtime. Good night, ladies and gentlemen. Good night for the people of St. Philip South, especially your next representative, Ms. Anya Lorde. You hear the surname, Lorde. Tonight, I've come here to endorse not only Anya, but the other two candidates for St. Philip. Because Barbados is so small that you can't really separate them. One road on one side is St. Philip, next road is south, one is north, one is west. So all things correlate together. Anya, President Karina, and Omar. Omar got the easiest task of the crowd, because Omar is the easiest part, because he deals with a man that sells tickets to go overseas, but somehow me and Motley put it to run agriculture. So that makes your task very easy. Recently, while FOD brought the policy of reduction of tax, it like it hit a sore thump on the government. And I heard in their rear, in a meeting somewhere in St. Philip, responding to it. And it was bare, I can't call the word here on the platform as a man of God, but without a microphone, I could tell some of my friends what he thought it really was. A bunch of rubbish. Because he is saying as a minister in government and the finance minister, and everybody knows that the government governs and runs things. The government is taking away land when they want to. The government is in charge of this country. And their lame duck excuse was that if they reduced the VAT, the people in charge or the consumers will still not reduce the price, and then nobody can control it. Were you talking to nobody? Who used the boss? You forget what happened in Barbados, the railway price control and Brantford and then? Or you too dumb to understand it? And what irritates me more than anything else, that I thought Barbados would rise up for a statement like that and ask for his resignation immediately. Both he and Ryan Strawn. Because if he put you to govern, you're going to govern. And if you say VAT has no way on food, and any importer or merchant puts VAT on or does not reduce the price, because the price, the government knows the price from the time it comes to the port. They got something called FOB and CIF, for those that know. Freight on board, cost on board. There is a way that the government could understand what anything costs that comes to Barbados, unless you make up a fake invoice from overseas. And even that, they got ways to combat it. So you can't tell me that when the government see letters coming from Miami to Barbados and it lands here at $3 and there's no VAT on it after they pay the 60% VAT, that you can see it in the store for $6.55 and don't raise the alarm. The government has a way of doing it. And if you find anybody doing it, the government could charge them and bring them before the law courts. So excuses like that, I won't call the word again, but excuses like that should not be allowed to happen in Barbados. Omar, that's why he said you got the lamest duck to run against. Because if he could be thinking like that, it is easy for you, a man of agriculture, that born and raised in agriculture, to educate the people about agriculture and tell them what can happen and how we can be fed through agriculture. Rising up in St. Philip North, Anya, there's a doctor and a lawyer at it up there, or a doctor and two lawyers having it up there. That's the only constituency that got these types of people. Two lawyers and a doctor. One lawyer I never heard about in my life. They say he's the cousin of Thorne, the strange-looking guy that defected from that constituency and went to the city, strange-looking person. And then there is the absent MP who does not, as Jason said, just not find any favor with the Prime Minister. But a stubborn woman too, because she would not move to let Michael Ashley run. So Anya, that paves the way for you. So I'm asking the people in St. Philip to get rid of all this controversy and ignorance, because it's controversy in the north and ignorance in the west. Not in the west yet, in the south. Because the west, you got to find a word to describe what is up there. Because you got a pit bull without teeth. And you got a woman that missing, that nobody knows. If you walk her through here now, nobody knows her. So it paves the way for St. Philip West to vote for the president of Friends of Democracy. Hands down. No competition at all. I walk up there with her one Saturday morning. And of the couple houses that we went up in, it's a couple, because St. Philip is a very big place, so a couple could meet 25. Nobody spoke about the present sitting member of Parliament for St. Philip West. Some people don't even know her. Some people have never even seen her. Me personally, if I say I ever saw her in my life, the Lord should take my life right here on this platform. And that is not a good thing to say about a representative of a constituency in Barbados. There should be known throughout this country. A minister at that. And I don't know her, and I bet a lot of you down there do not know her. So what is she going to say? And she resurrected one of the oldest parliamentarians in Barbados to walk with her. Lord help him if he survives this election, because he's walking banked. So that is the level of this party will go to get re-elected. And when you brought him about, because he got a lot of money, it is Karina, they're coming to buy this election in your constituency, like in a lot of different constituencies. But if you preach the gospel, the people will always go before the gospel, because Jesus taught us that. Gospel is good news. Money is come and money is go. But the gospel is good news. And if you preach the good gospel, the people would gravitate towards you, and they know you preaching the gospel. And all the money that they got throwing away, $200 in T-shirts and things. I saw them yesterday. I saw them. They wear leggings and t-shirts and bath pants and brassiers, all types of things painted with red. These people driving about doing. I don't know why we resort to that in 2026. What could be so lucrative? What could be so lucrative about running the government? I thought you want to run a government to help people. I don't know you want to run a government that bad. That bad. That you will do anything to get reelected. So people in St. Philip that can hear me, I like to keep a lot of noise. People in St. Philip and this area, Anya Lorde is your representative for the next general election. Make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. Everybody crying for change. You got a young person that could resonate with you. Natural looking person. One of yours. Make sure that when you go to vote next election, you vote for Anya Lorde. And tell anybody that live in the road next to you in the next constituency, vote for Omar Smith. And when you come on the other side, the next road, tell them to vote for Karina. Goodridge. I gotta be careful with the professional name. But I like to call her future Prime Minister. Because she got all the qualities for it. Because when God anoints you, the man can't step against you. That is the position in St. Philip. Or St. Philip, which some people like to call it. You got 3 seats. You was trying to make a 4th for the missing man. But for now, we can keep the 3 seats. And we want all 3 seats. And want one without the next. You got the best up here in St. Philip. When we leak down, we can collect the other 9. Because we ain't brand nobody to lose. These were carefully handpicked like the disciples to come in here and produce the gospel according to Jesus. Because nobody ain't talking the fraud. Nobody ain't going to dig up the well or on the grave and putting a flag in it. Nobody ain't going through no voodoo. These is Jesus people. And I want to make it very, very clear. That's why I am a part of French democracy. These are people that fear Almighty God. And if we do that, we can't go wrong. That's why they say that the polls favoring us. If it was left to the people that write the polls, they would not favor us. But God favors us. God could take the worst and turn it around. Reverend Matthew said earlier when it was coming in, that resonated with me. Matthew is still here. Matthew said, I hear the horn, that somebody, when he was growing up, give him a certain age to live. And I laughed because when he was growing up, they told me that I can't make 16. And to be honest with you, when he was 15 going into 16, it was a little uncomfortable. Because you know when some people put them out by you, as a little boy, you get scared. And when they get to 16, they say hallelujah. And then they say the same person, you can't make 21. And they make 21. They can stand here right in front of you in St. Philip and say, I only make 16. I almost four score and 10. God has been good to me. This is why I know that we will be in the next election, this election coming up, as much as they try their effort best to destroy this party. Both parties tried it. The Democratic Labour Party tried it by the raucous that they had in George Street. And the Barbados Labour Party just tried it by springing the election on us. Because we start to move so fast that they get scared. And they spring election on us, not understanding that God had 12 disciples. Because after they see the number 12, they would hold up. But they rush into. So I know they know that we could not cover constituencies in that time. But what they don't realize that the force of Almighty God moves mountains. And we will come to do that Wednesday. Now let me deal with a little policy that I had to deal with all day long. Because I did a little motorcade. In the motorcade, it was only 2 vehicles. But then made sure 3 vehicles to say. I was in the front so you can see who was behind me. Go ahead and move off at once to join. Fair enough. And we went throughout the constituency because I was not able physically to cover the constituency like most of us. I don't think any of us was able to cover the constituency in these 3 weeks that we had. You couldn't get, not physically, you can get it done. And I started to talk about our policies, and the one that stuck in people's ears was the VAT. And even when I was driving, I keep having to explain the VAT, because the VAT is now taken up by the rat, who copies everything that we says and don't get it right. Because they hear now with the sports. You bump on the VAT, now you go up on the sports. So I had to explain today that it is us, the Friends of Democracy, that got the policy for the VAT. And explain to them that we said that we would put 16%, we would drop the VAT from 17.5 to 16%. However, because that's very necessary. However, we will remove the VAT from all food stuff. And some people tell me, you sure you can get that? Though we said we can get it done. But how you can get it done? I still remember that Mayor Martindale, when she attained the government, one of the first things that she did is tell the people that owe the $1 million, the $1 billion, they get mixed up with these 9 knots and 6 knots. But the $1 billion in VAT, you remember that she told them to keep it? I said, yeah, you know that's true. I said, we know it's $1 billion. We got people that can't write $1 billion. You got to tell them that it's 9 knots. They don't understand it. If you give a man, the average man like me, anybody, $1 billion, we probably go mad. You know it's $1 billion? Mayor Martindale gave that back to the merchants, not to us. Actually, she take we money and give it to them. Because it is basically that is what happened. She took our money and give to them. So don't tell me we can't reduce the VAT off of food. Take it off and reduce it. Take it off the food. Because we got more than enough money in VAT money. Or in Alpha said it, more and more than enough in money that we could give you back. You remember the woman gave away $300 to everybody? Everybody didn't get it yet, but she said that it's for everybody. God didn't got a way that they can take money and do the like with it. So don't tell me now that you cannot take VAT off food. It is like it is a calculated, I don't know the word to put in there, but y'all can help me with it. It is deliberate to destroy poor people in this country. Keep them hungry and poor. Put every available tax on them that they can't have no respite. So that when it is time for them to come and ask for re-election and they put some money around like today with some red shirts and some letters and some brassieres and some tights and all types of money and pass it by. That you have no choice but to take it and run and vote for them. Take the money and don't vote for them. Because we must send a message out there that we are not for sale. This politics got to stop. In my campaign, I am not putting a poster on a post because the Lord tell me not to do it. And I can't stand up and tell people not to break the law and I break it too. So I ain't putting that up there because I ain't going to be able to take it down the same day. We get them late the same day next week. I can get them out though. Because the door in your house. And then somebody believe enough they can make it a picture because it look good. Anybody go post it there? It look good in the frame and put it in your house. And when the poor nobody can put it down and fight with it. We cannot have that type of politics in 2026. We got to show Barbados a new way. This is a new way, a new life for our people. We can't continue the same way that we was doing it. Otherwise, FOD, there ain't no sense for FOD. Friends of Democracy has to show a new way of life. This foolishness about buying votes got to stop. Black people past that stage. We cannot, look, It is disgusting and disgraceful. And it come from an area where it started. Wholesale, because it was always going on. But wholesale in 1994. And you know who was the author of that book? The present Prime Minister of Barbados. She started it. And in 1994 by-election, when they walked down in there with the bag. And you know when poor people see a bag and when they open the bag, it's nuts. It's real life money. The haters grow. And all hell broke loose. And it went from there to Hainesville, from Hainesville to the Pine Court, just targeting certain areas for it. And we got to stop it. In order for us to get back to good life, we cannot afford to let that happen. We can't raise our children in that environment. And friends, in democracy got to set the standards of politics in Barbados. Now, because Barbados is looking to us. That is why they say that the third parties don't exist, but this is something special. We're in the third party, because soon there ain't going to be 3 parties. Only 2 going to leave back. Because I said last night in St. Peter that the whole world is separated in 2. The whole world. 2 eyes, 2 nostrils, 2 feet, 2 ankles. Everything is 2. God and the devil, everything is 2. They ain't a room for that third. So either the BLP can go or the DLP can go. But FOD ain't going nowhere. We here to stay. Up to this evening, some people ask me how I could join this party. And I could bet, I could guarantee before the year is up, that FOD is going to have a membership of over 5,000 people. People will flock to join this party. So Mr. Blackett and his executive council, Felicia, get your books and things ready, because we're going to have an overflow coming here, because this is the party of truth and decency. Decency, that's a word that went out of politics. People wondering how one man could jump from here and jump to there without any shame. And walking on the gutty hand in the air, and he, hey, and jumping up without any shame. He like he forget that God is omnipotent and omniscient. So you can hide from me, you can't hide from God. God see you. And if you don't be careful, when the Lord strike, the Lord ain't easy. Because if you think when they can trick back people and poor people, because poor people are struggling, when they lie. The duty of a government, Steve Blackett taught me that, is to come in and make poor people's lives better. That's the duty of it. Not to come in and make poor people's lives harder. And both of these governments do it, especially the Barbados Day Party. Look at what they did when they came into power. Every tax that was available, they concocted the make-up taxes. They made them up. You ever hear about garbage tax before the history of Barbados? Not the 66 years of independence and all back in 1603 when we started. You ever hear about the garbage tax? Sewage tax. For people that don't even have sewage attached to them, people paying sewage tax and live in a pit toilet in Barbados. And you know who's living in a pit toilet? The poorest of the poor. And they sit down in there, and some of the people so dotish. I told someone this evening on the microphone, I told a woman this evening in Deacon's Farm, you have to stop worshiping an institution and worship God. You just realize a bit, you can't be a bit, you go before God and truth. These people nail you to the cross. And then sometimes you can go and sit down and say, you know something? These people are not for me. Because if you could give back the merchants $1 billion and then turn around in the same breath and nail me to the cross in taxes, you can't be for me. And we got to understand them as basics in life. You got to let go of those. They got men and women that marry themselves for better or for worse, and they force themselves to divorce. Because either he ain't working out or she ain't working out. There's nothing forever with us. Everything working out, it ain't working out. And none of these parties ain't working out. The being or the D ain't working out. Because none of them intend to ease the pressure off of poor people. Why you think they ain't called the budget before the election? Why you think they ain't called it? I hope the people ain't sleeping. Because you could wait. You don't got no reason to call the budget. If you check me, I'm not the administration, you know. It started a little bit with Owen, but he wasn't so bad, you know. And then from the short, carry it back to the length of thing that the government gave you. If you check the me, I'm not the administration, it is all about winning a government. Not about making life better for poor people, you know. It's about winning a government. Let me see how he can win the government from day one. If they lose, the next day they're going opposition looking to win. And when they're in power, they look to stay in power. That is what the Barbados Party mantra is. Tell me a lie. There was always like that. So don't tell me that you can't ease the people's pressure. Whenever you get into power, you just turn around and inflate everything in Barbados. Everything. Bus fares went up. Rice went up. Food went through the roof. Gasoline went up. The trick of the gasoline to this day. The only thing that came down was a vaccine for COVID. The one that was designed to kill me. When the Prime Minister went on TV and said, watch me take it. And I see it went in there yet. But this is laughing matter, you know. I say things that sound like a joke, but this is real life I'm talking about, you know. Because I live real life every day. I know running the mill fella is come and talk pretty, you know. I could talk pretty, I went to school with them. I could break down anything that there's break down. But I live real life every day. I know what problems is. I know what raising a family is. I know the struggle. I know what Elbar did for black people. People tell me Bar did every saints, and I agree that every saints. But I could tell when Bar was alive, he made life better for black people. And even now, the unfortunate thing that nobody built on what Barra did. Nobody built on it. He put the blueprint there, and they just left it. And they lick it up. The doors are light with it. And now we at the crossroads, because I agree now. We got to take somebody now and have the vision to take us further than there. And that is where FOD come in. Because this is the era of social media, AI, electric cars, everything. When I driving, coming up the road, I see some design on houses in some small spaces that blow my mind. This is a different dispensation that we're living in. We cannot do things the same way anymore. The definition for madness, if you do the same thing the same way, you can be a madman. And that's what we're running this country, a madness. That's why people killing one another, because we're doing the same thing the same way. I went to the gas station this evening to put some diesel in my Jeep. And I see two beautiful girls serving gas. Nobody in 22 years old. I said, young lady, how old are you? She said, I'm 21 years old. I said, what do you do besides sell gas? She said, well, I can get nothing to do, so I had to do this. I said, thank God, because you got a job. And then when I do nothing wrong, you do that. I said, but what do you want to do? She said, I would like to get in the Hospitality Institute. I said, you made any try to get there? She said, I tried my effort best. And all I getting is, I ain't got no room, I ain't got this. I called the other girl. I said, why you pumping gas here? I can't get nothing to do. I said, how old are you? 20 years old. I said, what do you want to do in life? She said, I want to be a hairdresser. I want to do nails and stuff. I said, you make any? She said, yeah, but I ain't got any money to start up. We got a policy for that. We got a policy for that. That is only one gas station I went in, you know. I would tell anyone you out here, adults, look back 25 years and tell me if you ever see these type of people selling gas in Barbados. Never happened. Never happened. So it tells you that life got so hard. So hard. No, I ain't putting on people that push gas, you know. But nobody at 22 years are selling gas. No. 22 years is when you know it's starting your prime your life and you're looking to learn something, to make something of yourself. And this country has failed when we got our children out there doing it. And they are a minute away from prostitution. A minute away from it. That's what we're doing to our young people. And that's why FOD has to come to the fore. Because this government now is setting you up for that. Because if you get $225 million to give to overseas people to build something to give you jobs, that means that you don't have no vision at all. You know it's 225 and 6 knots. Most people out there, anybody get a $2,500 right now as I speak, they will get up and walk a little different. I ask you, even if they got $10,000 in bank, $2,500 in your pocket right now, you can get up and walk a little different. You can not be Ricky, you want to drink. $225 million, and you got poor people in Barbados struggling. Young men and young women don't know what to do with their lives. You don't got the seed money for these people. You can't train these people. Every place in the south coast you go, right down to the north, to the west, to the north of Barbados, all the construction going on, both in hotels, restaurants, condos, roads, not a Beijing. I challenge everybody to don't believe me. Drive and see it for yourself. The only Bajans that working is the ones that got the hose wet in the road. You ready for me? Only body that wet in the road. But I got my sermon for Deacon's Farm. Because when I get to Deacon's Farm, nobody can say they're ready for me. I come home to preach. I told them so this evening, come up in the house, because I come to preach. Because I got to wake up these people. And you got to wake them up with the right thing. Before I leave here, back at the houses out there, wake up. Again, they're going to endorse the candidate for this constituency, Anya Lorde. And by extension, Omar Smith and Karina Goodridge. Good night, and God bless you.
Thank you, Ricardo. I tell you, tonight we have some dynamic speakers. But let us move on to our next speaker. And the next speaker is Omar Smith. And he is a Barbadian leader committed to the people-centered governance and real solutions for everyday households. He's a spokesperson for agriculture and a candidate for St. Philip South, focused on food security and supporting farming communities. With a background in life insurance and organic farming, Omar understands risks, planning, and importance of sustainable food systems. He believes agriculture is the center to national security, public health, and family stability. And that leadership must be served people first, with honesty and responsibility. So please welcome St. Philip South next MP, Omar Smith.
Good night, St. Philip North. Good night, good night, good night, good night. How are you all feeling tonight? It's definitely a resounding pleasure to be here. You know, this is so much different to the usual because tonight I am at home. I am at home, my friends. And to everyone that is listening, I want you to know that I am in full support of Anya Lorde, and I want you to give her the full support from St. Philip North to St. Philip South to St. Philip West. We are bringing home the 3 seats in Barbados. We are here tonight. And ladies and gentlemen, I thank you so much for coming out. Welcome to St. Philip North. One of the most beautiful places that you can ever come to in the parish of St. Philip on its whole. And why I am here to endorse Anya, she represents the true embodiment of Friends of Democracy. She is a gem of a lady. And anyone that knows me, from Lynch's to Merritt's to Marville to Long Bay, I ask you tonight to give her your full support. We have saw other candidates from other parties come and ask you to endorse once their enemies. But I am asking you to endorse a friend of democracy tonight. And this endorsement doesn't come loosely. It comes on the heels of being next door to the democracy that first started. The Bussa Plantation, a place where history was made by a gentleman who saw the importance for the liberation of our people. And I stand here with my hands on the podium like this because it is really something that we all need to really look at. Importance that has really resounded within our thoughts. And I want Barbados to really look at our situation today. Freedom by the ballot. Something that can't be taken loosely. Something that can't be handed by mistake. And I want you to be careful as you make that X. And I'm asking everyone who is within my listening voice tonight to make sure that you place that X for Anya Lorde when February 11th comes. Because she embodies some values and principles that really we need. Values that aren't by a measure of economic prostitution. Values that aren't taken by a token based on what has been presented by the Labour Party. One that has this paroism attached. Whereby one gives you a little bit here and a little bit there and asks you to come back. But we are giving you a cure, a full medicine, a natural healing. And that is why you need to vote for this lady, because she is going to give you the full treatment. This is the type of policies that we need in Barbados. We can't treat the people with disrespect anymore. We need to restore dignity into this country. And recognize that we are dealing with human beings. We are not dealing with parcels. It is not nice. Although, within the etymology of words, the word nice means that you're foolish. But we are not dealing with that kind of disregard or disrespect of people. Because Friends of Democracy means that we put people first. And Anya really represents the fact that we are not happy with the fact that one has to go and start food banks for school children. But she really recognized that it is important that we establish farming in Barbados so that everybody goes to sleep. And when they wake up, food is something that is really available to every person. Fresh, we thank you, but realistically fresh and safe for consumption. And me and the president, thank you very much, are bound and totally focused on making Barbados healthy again based on the foods that we are looking to promote in this country. Because realistically, the practices that are being had, when you go around watching how farmers produce their food, you see them got on masks and all kinds of things like you're going through some kind of biological experiment. And then you wonder why the health situation is deteriorating in Barbados. We cannot continue on this path to destruction. That is why Friends of Democracy has a total different approach to how we are going to make Barbadians healthy again. And it's within our policy framework from the outset. And as I would repeat again, when the government set their manifesto, and the one that is trying to be, couple days ago, and one yesterday, the Friends of Democracy had our outline since last year as to how we are going to fix the problems that exist in Barbados, and not in no paroism way, but in a realistic cure way. And a little more, we will be like Jack Cure, but we are not going to imprison people. We are going to set them free. And we are going to set them free via our policies. And our policy speaks to bring about liberation from housing, bringing about liberation from healthcare, bringing about liberation from our socio-economic position whereby we are going to make Barbadians feel like a family again, because there's too much division in this country. We have persons that feel that the only way that they can survive is via violence. And we are going to build our people back as one, because if you don't have that, if we're going to have a division, it means then where the seeds are scattered, nothing will grow. And that will not happen under our leadership of Friends of Democracy, because we are a people of growth, we are people of substance, and we have the plans and the ways and the means as to how we are going to accomplish the greatness that Barbadians deserve. And I am so happy to be a part of this political party. The blossoms, look at the flowers. Look at the polishment of this emblem. You can't get it any better than that. We have decided to move away from the labor because Barbados has been in labor for too long and the pains are getting rougher and nothing is delivering. How long are we going to be in labor? The labor pains are getting sharper, the contractions are getting steeper, and we are not delivering nothing but problems, my friend. But under the Friends of Democracy, we are going to deliver a gem of Barbados. We are going to deliver better prices for Barbados, a sustainable approach, whereby housing will be cheaper, more affordable, and it meets the ecosystem that hasn't been met by the person who decides that they're going to be the champion of the ecosystem of the world. Because they're just slogans. But when you look at the practical reality of the situation, it is a natural mistake. But I want to tell you, St. Philip North, that Anya is a realistic vision blowing through the air tonight. She is a rose, not in Spanish Harlem, but here in St. Philip North. And I am thankful that she has decided to take up the mantle to run for this constituency. I once decided to take up that mantle, but I recognize that things in Barbados ain't growing. And therefore, I decided to shift my sails a little across the bed of Barbados to St. Philip South to make sure that Barbados becomes sovereign in its entirety. And therefore, I have decided to go to the south, and not like Beyonce to the left, but to the south, to really bring the greenery and the purple shit, because if you understand the importance of purple, it's designed by God to give you the highest nutritional value in any food that you can eat. And I have decided to go with the purple and the green, not in any camouflage, not as David Curtin, but as Omar Smith, to make Barbados great again. And I thank you for allowing me to be a part of this process, a beautiful process. And tomorrow night, I will give you a full slate in Bel Air as to what I'm going to do for St. Philip South. And I ask everybody here to come out, to listen, and to spread the gospel as to what we are going to do, how we are going to make St. Philip South a self-sustainable place, and equally lead as a model for Barbados and the Caribbean. The other parties only have ideas, droplets of ignorance, insubordination of mental abortions. And we cannot subject ourselves to these types of monotony. But we, the friends of democracy, will lead Barbadians into a place of prosperity, because we have the vision, we have the tools, and together we will make Barbados rise again. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. God bless St. Philip South. God bless St. Philip North. God bless St. Philip West. And together again, we will rise Barbados. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you, Omar. Powerful, powerful, powerful speech. And we lack fair opportunity in Barbados at this time. And transparency is, I don't know, I don't think we got any transparency under this current BLP regime. And this is what exactly Friends of Democracy wants to bring to the table: accountability, transparency, and fair opportunity for the people of Barbados. FOD is bringing you something fresh, something new, something well thought out that have benefits for everyone in Barbados, from young to the old, from rich to poor. And we are not like the current administration that, they don't seem to have any ideas. And on the one-off occasion when they get an idea, it's so bad and it's so much rubbish that they gotta roll it back. Because the party lacks substance. And we are here as the Friends of Democracy to keep the bees in check. And under FOD, as the lead opposition, we will keep this current administration foot to the fire. And they have to done away with the foolishness that they have brought for the last 8 years to the people of Barbados. I was saying that without further ado, I want to introduce you to the lady that I believe has a bright political future ahead of her. A lady I'm going to start calling her by the nickname of Firehouse, because when she gets up here on this political platform, she brings nothing but passion and facts to the people of Barbados. She brings accountability, and she has the power within her to keep the bees in check. And she's an attorney at law with extensive experience across family law and domestic violence, corporate and commercial law, and also real estate. And she has built a reputation for providing strong, practical, legal advice while advocating for justice and fairness in all matters. She has built a reputation for providing and advocating for fairness and justice for people. And I want to welcome to you to the platform. St. Philip North, I want to welcome you to the platform. Your next representative, Anya Lorde.
Anya Lorde. Anya Lorde. Call she name again. Anya Lorde. FOD. St. Philip North, stand tall. Friends of democracy, rise up. This is more than music. This is a movement. Anya Lorde. Hands in the air. St. Philip North, we everywhere. Women rise in strength, we share. Feel the power in the atmosphere.
Are you ready, St. Philip North?
St. Philip North, strong and proud. Friends of
We are ready for February 11, 2026. We are ready for accountability. We are ready for integrity. We are ready for honesty and representation that is present. St. Philip North, good night. Good night to all of you who are here. Thank you for coming. Good night to all of you who are listening. The light is green in St. Philip North. It is shining green in St. Philip North, and I want you to know that over the last couple of months, the green light has been shining across 12 constituencies in this island. And it will continue to shine because the Friends of Democracy is here to stay. Now, I've spoken to a number of people who have said to me that a third party cannot make a contribution in this country. They have said that a third party has nothing to offer. We can't get any votes. And there are some people who have even gone as far to say to me, you will lose your deposit. Well, my mouth has always been fast. I have always been mouthy. So the first thing that I said to them was the $250 that you are so concerned about belongs to me, not you. Don't bother about it. But secondly, what I want to say to you is this. If you are saying to me that I live in a country where the only way that I can make a contribution, the only way that I can sound my voice, the only way that I can demand good and proper governance is if I align myself with one of two political entities, then I do not live in a democratic society. And I cannot agree with that. If you are saying that to me, and I accept that, then it means that the education that they gave me, basically free, was wasted on me. And I will not agree with that. In fact, I will add this. In 1955, when the right Sir Excellent Errol Walton Barrow broke away from the Barbados Labour Party to form the Democratic Labour Party, he was not in any way limited by what the status quo expected him to do. He stepped aside because he knew that he had to stand up for the rights of the people around him. He stepped aside because he knew that he had to stand up for democracy. And today, in fact, what I will say is that by 1961, you couldn't turn back that party. In fact, today, we all benefit from his legacy. So do not you dare tell me that the Friends of Democracy is a third party or a waste of time. In fact, we are no third party. I will speak what we are for you. You will change your rhetoric. We are a party, and we are here to stay, whether you like it or not. The light is shining green across Barbados. The light is shining on democracy. Now, St. Philip North, I want to ask you a question. And I want you to think about it and answer me, honestly. Since 2018, what is the most significant thing that has happened in this constituency? Outside of maybe 1 or 2 murders and the recent shootings that we have recently witnessed. Tell me, where is the contribution to our society, to our community, to our families? Where is the representation that is present? I have canvassed throughout this constituency for the last few weeks, for the last few months. And I want you to know that I have listened to you. I have heard you. I have paid attention to what you have had to say. And because of that, I have put forward a manifesto which contains policies, proposals, programs that I intend to implement that are based on the things that you have said you wanted to see. First and foremost, let us look at our community spaces. We have no community activity. So I am going to advocate for you. I am going to advocate. I am going to communicate with landowners. And I can assure you I have already started to ensure that our unutilized and underutilized community spaces become available for community activity, for youth activities, for acting agent activities, for active agent activities, for arts and cultural expression, for community meetings and forums, for social events that bring people together. Because I realize that in St. Philip North, we need to invest in our social capital. We need to bring people together. I want us to look at our youth. I have heard you say that you are tired seeing young children leave school and run around, as you say, idly without supervision. You have said that you see young children mingling and hanging with persons who are much older, being exposed to things that they are not necessarily supposed to see or that they should not be exposed to. I have heard you. And I am saying to you that I will champion on your behalf after-school programs. I will advocate for after-school programs that will not only champion the success of these young children, but contribute to their personal development. Tutoring and homework assistance, sports and recreational activities. Do not worry, these are showers of blessings. These are showers from above. These are showers from God. Sports and recreational activities, life skills and leadership training, mentorship from invested adults. Because I have also spoken to a number of adults who have said, we have something to contribute. We have something that we want to give to these young children. We have knowledge that we want to provide. And I can tell you that there are several persons already who have communicated to me that they are interested in giving of their time and their assistance to help young children in the constituency of St. Philip North. But we are not stopping there. We are going to move on to skills-based development and youth employment and readiness. And I want you to know that this ties very nicely into the policies in our national manifesto. Because the first thing that is outlined in our manifesto is that we are committed to safe communities and healthy communities. Many young people are leaving schools with qualifications, but they don't have the skills to operate in the workplace. They can't get a job, and if they do get a job, they don't know how to keep it. They don't know how to interview. They don't know how to apply. I have heard your concerns. I've heard your complaints in that regard. And I am saying to you now that I will advocate for and I will support programs that will bring workshops in resume writing and CV writing, that will assist you with job interview preparation and personal communication skills, professional communication skills, career guidance, and mentorship. I will partner with private institutions and private sector professionals to ensure that I provide you and give you access to the best training that is possible. But we will not stop there. We will not stop there, because I'm sure that you see the direction that our youth are going in. They can't self-regulate. There is no emotional intelligence. They are resorting to crime and unnecessary violence. So what am I going to do? I am also going to advocate for, partner with NGOs, and provide workshops that teach and assist with, yes, conflict resolution and emotional intelligence. Because we understand that these are things that are needed. There are several young people that go into the workplace and walk away as soon as they hear the slightest criticism about themselves. As the old people will say, they don't have no backbone. They don't have any spine. And these are the things that through these personal development workshops we will work on. Because I believe, and Friends of Democracy believes, that opportunity should not depend on who you know, but it should be built from within the community. But again, we are not stopping there. I have communicated with a number of adults who have left school without qualifications. A number of adults who met unfortunate circumstances in their youth, and they want the opportunity to acquire something for themselves. So I am telling you that I am going to advocate for and aggressively promote on your behalf adult remedial programs. I have heard nobody talk about this. Adult remedial programs are needed. How many adults do you hear about speaking about the fact that they are now for the first time learning alongside their children? How many adults say to you, I didn't have the opportunity at school because I got pregnant early and had to leave. I didn't have the opportunity at school because the teachers did not understand my needs. And again, it ties beautifully into the Friends of Democracy's national policy on education, where we say we are going to expand early screening for our children, because many of these people were pushed out because they were not understood, because their developmental needs were not understood. And we are saying to you now, you don't need to be ashamed. You don't need to be afraid. We have programs in place for you. We have programs in English. We have programs in arithmetic. We will have community learning hubs. I will partner with educational institutions and NGOs who are interested in ensuring the development of our communities in this regard. We are leaving no one behind, whether they are young, whether they are in between, whether they are elderly. We are leaving no one behind. Those of you who know me know that I specialize in domestic violence in my practice. I don't want you for a minute to believe that I will be sitting in the background and dictating to anybody or anyone what programs and policies should be implemented without myself getting involved. So I guarantee you that you will see me on the ground hosting workshops on domestic violence, workshops on early intervention and prevention, providing clear and practical information on how to access help, partnerships with organizations that provide support services. I cannot tell you the headache and the confusion that sometimes comes with filing protection orders in the magistrate's court when you want to escape domestic violence. So I will ensure that there are workshops in this community. I will ensure there are workshops in this community that provides each and every person who wants an avenue away and out of domestic violence with the tools to do so. But here is what I will say to you also. I am going to advocate for and partner with any NGO that is interested in also providing support services for perpetrators of domestic violence. Those persons who are willing, those persons who know that they need counseling, those persons who know that they need the support to change their circumstances and change the way that they behave towards their family, to change the way that they feel about themselves, because the fact is that hurt people will hurt people. So I am going to partner with any NGO, because right now I do not think that we have any in Barbados. There might be one that does its best, but we don't have any organization in Barbados that focuses its attention on assisting perpetrators. I am going to partner with any NGO that is willing to assist perpetrators in preventing the scourge and diminishing the scourge of domestic violence. Now, I know that roads and drainage and community infrastructure is a problem across Barbados, not just in this constituency. And while it rests with the government, while the responsibility is with the government to fix this infrastructure, I want you to be sure that I will aggressively advocate on your behalf for the covering of wells, for the clearing of drains, for the resurfacing of roads, for the installation of proper lighting. Because I can say to you that as I have been canvassing, I have heard complaints about the fact that 7-8 years ago, a representative was asked to make an effort to improve lighting in some areas in this constituency. Young women and men having to get off of the bus and walk home in absolute darkness. And not only did they not see improved lighting, but they did not even get a response or an acknowledgement or some kind of indication to them that an effort was made to improve the infrastructure on their behalf. I want you to understand that it is not every person sitting in the constituency that expects you to give them a handout. It is not every person that is looking for a gift from you. Some people just want to see that you are actively representing the people that need the representation the most. And for those of you who have been told that y'all like begging too much, let me say this to you. Asking for assistance is a form of asking for help. Do not allow anybody to make you feel less valuable or to strip you of your dignity because you have to come forward to ask for help. Representation matters, and I assure you that you will be treated with the respect that you deserve with the Friends of Democracy. Now, we know that there are several farmers in St. Philip North. And I want to introduce you to what I call the Farmers First Initiative, the St. Philip North Farmers First Initiative, where we will communicate with, enter into consultation with farmers, build a database, hear their concerns, but most importantly, I will partner with my friend from St. Philip South, Omar Smith, to put something in place where People in St. Philip North, go to the farmers in St. Philip North first for their produce before looking outside to source imported goods, before looking outside their constituency. This is how we advocate for and provide support. Now, we all know that the cost of living in Barbados is doing nothing less than killing us. It is squeezing us. And we have heard that there is nothing we can do with many of the things that affects our country and its small open economy. But there are things that we can do to ease the lives of Barbadians. And the first thing that I will say to you is that I will actively ensure that there are workshops presented to interested persons on budgeting, wealth creation, and debt management. Because nobody in Barbados is talking about the predatory lending practices of some of the institutions in this country. And let me say something to you. I worked in recoveries for, well, don't let me say quite some time. I only have 10 years in practice. But I worked in recoveries for some time. And something that bothered me was the fact that I would be asked to go to court to take up some person's property who, after paying back a mortgage for 25 years or almost 30 years, only owing the bank a little $10,000 or $5,000. And you telling me to go and take up their house or their property. And then people that owe the bank millions of dollars, that has millions of dollars worth in properties, you looking to sit down and negotiate with them. You can sell one of their properties and pay back the loan twice. But you want to squeeze a man. Squeeze a man that only owe you $5,000 after giving you 30 years, 25 years of salary reductions. I have always had a problem with that plantation mentality. I have always had a problem with it. So I'm going to ensure that these workshops educate the layman on debt management, on budgeting. There will be training in entrepreneurship and small business development, because I don't have to tell you how many districts I have walked into. And in one cluster, you could find about 6 or 7 businesses running, you know. Somebody doing hair, somebody doing nails, somebody fixing shoes. Doing what they have to do to make ends meet. Yes, fowls, chickens, eggs. We are not a lazy people. We are not a lazy people. What we are is a people who need support. What we are is a people who need protection, who need representation. And I use that word protection purposely. Wealth creation and investing. Wealth creation and investing can't only be for the wealthy. We should have access to mutual funds too. We should understand and know how to invest in these things too. But I will say this, in the same way that I understand that we have to work from the ground up to assist the people in the communities to manage the cost of living, I want to call upon the government of Barbados to pay who wanna owe. When you hold on to the people money, you put people on the breadline also. Wasn't there recently a merger between the Rural Development Commission and the Urban Development Commission? Weren't there people that accepted separation packages and could not receive any money? I hear somebody here say they got money for them. You sit in good faith and you negotiate. You agree to a separation package. And then you come back after the fact and you say, man, Cabinet had to rethink the policy because we ensure the status of the employees. What part of that could be fair or reasonable? And how many people, how many other people are you putting on the breadline? How many people on a monthly basis are working in the government and not getting their salaries? How many people have worked and can't be paid? You heard about Carrie Fester. But what about the several other people that don't complain? And I am saying that if we are going to talk about tackling the cost of living, and we are going to tell people that it is a national issue, and everybody has to get on board to help themselves, help the people by paying them what they are owed. This is exactly why the Friends of Democracy has said in its national manifesto that we believe that there should be interest on government debt. Why should I work for you and then have to take you to court several years later to recover my money? It is ludicrous. It is ridiculous. And even if I get the orders, I still can't get the money. Why should I suffer injury or harm on your hands? And then years later, I can't get my damages. And then you want to look at me and tell me that you can pay me in bonds. It is foolishness. As my friend Stephanie Williams would say, make it make sense. It is unreasonable. So if you are going to speak about the cost of living, accountability requires you to also speak about your contribution to the plight of Barbadians. Pay them what they are owed. That's why I work for myself. I am one depend on one of a thing. You know, I hear about the $5,000 that they're going to give to children born after 2021. I am not knocking it. I am not knocking it. But what I will say is I have observed over the years, not only with this government, but with other governments, that we make investments, we give money to the government, believing that we can get it back out. And when the time comes, some policy or legislation is passed that stops us from getting our money. There's always some excuse and some reason why we can't get our money. Take bonds. Take no interest bonds. Debt is too high. There is always some excuse. So if I were you, I would play the long game and I would wait and see. I won't tell you don't want to accept the money. But I will still wait and see how they intend to pay it, if it is going to be paid at all. We need equitable repayment systems in this country. Now, there's something that I want to touch on. Because I have been canvassing throughout this constituency for quite some time, a few months, as I said. And one of the things that I hear a lot from people is that if I don't see you, or how you expect me to vote for you, I should say, if I don't see you. And I want to say to you that I agree with you that representation must be present. I agree with you that you should be able to see and speak with your representative. And my feet were made for walking. So I promise you that although I have not been able to touch every constituency, every community, I will not touch every community before Wednesday. I can tell you, win or lose, hard or soft, I will continue walking after Wednesday. But I also want to say to you that there has been a culture in politics created in this country that we need to get past. We are an educated people. There's a culture created that we need to move past. You need to understand that you are not just voting because you see your constituency representative in person. You need to vote because you see what they are contributing to your constituency. You need to vote for them because you are satisfied with their policies, the things that they are putting in place for you. I can tell you with certainty, I don't want you to vote for me because you have seen me once. I want you to vote for me because you are satisfied that my leadership is the right kind of leadership for you. And I can guarantee you that it is a leadership that is going to be rooted in accountability and respect for the people. Integrity in public life is not only about what you say and how you say it. It is about your associations. It is about standing up and being able to have hard conversations when you need to have hard conversations. And accepting accountability when you need to accept accountability. And I would implore any candidate running in this constituency to step forward and do the right thing. Tell the people where you stand. Explain to the people why you have been absent. Explain to the people, if you are going to be present, how your presence is going to make a difference, as I have done for you tonight. Because leadership is not about performance, it is about commitment. And I am ready to make that commitment to the people of St. Philip North. Now, I heard something tonight that really touched me with respect to young people and not having qualifications. And I want to say to you that I am no paragon of virtue. I left school, and when I left school, I had no qualifications. I went to school at the law school. I must have barely had English and geography, I think. I ain't used geography since then. I don't know I don't know how to name the clothes no more. I want you to know that I came out of school with little to no qualifications. And I made my way. I want you to know that when I was going to school as a young girl, nobody thought I would get anywhere. You heard Ricardo, you heard Andwele say it tonight. They say you can't live past 16. They tell me that I'd be pregnant before I was 18. That's what they said to me. When they see me coming through the schoolyard, they used to holler, "Oh, Lord." That's what they used to say. But I believed in myself, and I was surrounded by people who believed in me. And I want you all to understand that when you see the candidates from the Friends of Democracy, we're not here with any fancy background. We're not here supported by any fancy legacy. We're not here supported by any big family name or by any big money. We come out the gutter and the trenches just like you. I ain't had a pit toilet in my house, but I had friends. And when I went by them, I had to use a pit toilet when I was by them. Well, you know, anytime I see a centipede, I just run. And we got big centipedes in St. Philip. But I am telling you that if I could stand before you today, here at this podium, and raise my voice, not just as a candidate in this constituency, but as some person who came out with no CXCs to becoming an attorney at law, who are you? Who are you? Why do you think that you cannot get up off of the block and become some person? You went to Kemmerick, you went to St. Michael's, you went to Aline, you went to Springer, wherever you went to school, Princess Margaret. Why do you feel that it makes you less of a person? I went to university and I sat in classes with people who went to school at the Garrison and they did better than I did. Yes, Karina. Stop believing that you do not have what it takes to do something for yourself. And I will say this to the media: we sensationalize violence. We sensationalize the crimes. And I am not saying that we can't bring it to the attention of the community, but we need to stop pelting that nasty energy at the young people. We need to stop it. Young people are people too. And whether you like it or not, when we dead and gone, they are the ones who have to lead this country. It is our job to pull them along. So I want you to stop believing that because you don't have 2 CXCs. Or stop believing that because you have to start over. When I went to law school, I was in my 30s. I went to law school at 20 and 21 like a lot of these people. I went in my 30s. After I done lick up and break up and do what I feel like doing. I don't have anything to hide. I am no paragon of virtue. Yes, I did some things for myself. I was very active in the arts and craft. I sing and walk up in the tanks like everybody else. I was in Roy Bayer Tank Super Gladiators. I put on my shows. I had Universal Arts Expressions. I was one of these people whose parents say to them, you know, you got to do something other than the performing and creative arts. And I like the arts bad. I went through UA and had a first degree. Come up with honors in history and political science, but I like arguing bad. So that is suit me. Went into the law faculty and nearly failed in there because I could not stand learning the law. I couldn't stand it. I thought it was so boring. I thought lawyers were so stuck up and full of themselves. I could not stand it. But I passed. And I went down to Hewwood Law School. And I am here. And I ain't just here. I ain't blowing my own trumpet. I want you to understand that you could come from wherever you are and become something. I came out of law school. And in my 10 years in practice, I have appeared before the Caribbean Court of Justice. I have actively advocated for the rights of women and children and girls and men who are victims of domestic violence before the court, and I just kick people behind. I am performing. At one point in time, there were 2 young ladies who were in the hands of the government industrial school, and the law of wandering was made unconstitutional because me and the team of individuals working with Operation Safe Space, that team of individuals came to me and I accepted that we would stand up for those young ladies, and the law of wandering was made unconstitutional as a result. So I don't have to care who like me or don't like me. I always say, you know what? When y'all pull up decisions on the Caribbean Court of Justice website, or y'all pull up decisions on VLEX or wherever y'all go, West Indies Report, we're not going to see my name, you know. Y'all will see my name. So I am not bothered. Y'all will see Anya Lorde's name. And this is the experience and the fire that I am bringing to the constituency of St. Philip North. This is what I am bringing to St. Philip North. I am not coming with any fluffy language. I am not coming to talk pretty to you. I am coming to tell you that we are candidates with real experiences. We are candidates who have come from the bottom and made our way to the top. And we still climbing. So if we tell you that we have your best interests at heart and we can represent you, I guarantee you that we can. Friends, I think my time is up. I could speak for the rest of the night. But thank you very much. On the 11th of February 2026, when you go to those polls, vote for integrity. Vote for accountability. Vote for people who are not afraid to speak up on your behalf. We want a strong opposition. That is my cue. Good night.
Call she name again. Anya Lorde, St. Philip North, stand tall. Friends of democracy, rise up. This is more than music. This is a movement. Anya Lorde, hands in the air. St. Philip North, we everywhere. Women rising, strength we share. Feel the power in the atmosphere. Anya Lorde, sing it loud. Oh, St. Philip North, strong and proud. Friends of democracy in the crowd. One people voice, no backing down. From sunrise touch the eastern shore. St.
Philip North.
We want more.
St. Philip North. You see what I told you? I told you Anya is a firehouse. Anya is a woman that does not mix her words. And this woman will fight on the behalf of St. Philip North. So, when February 11th comes, we are voting in Anya Lorde. And she will be your next representative. Give her another round of applause. I want to welcome to the platform our final speaker. And this woman is a woman of gold. She has a heart for the people of Barbados. And she is a true woman of God. And she stands on his principles no matter the outcome. She is a true definition of what a fantastic leader is. She is not like the others. She's a woman of passion, dignity, respect, integrity, and accountability. And she's also one of the reasons that I joined the party as well. Because when I first saw her speak, I was like, I ain't seeing this kind of energy, this kind of accountability and integrity in none of the other leaders. So she made me join the party. And I want to welcome to the platform a friend, our sister, our leader of FOD, the woman who is going to greenwash Kia and Pitbull up St. Philip South, St. Philip West. She's going to greenwash them at St. Philip West come February 11th. Barbados, your next opposition leader. Put your hands together for Karina Goodridge.
Good night, St. Philip. What's up? I am in my hometown, and the air is smelling nice because somehow in St. Philip, we always got the best breeze in the world. So I don't want you to be sleepy as yet. I know it is late, but we have come out in numbers to support Friends of Democracy. And you've just heard the candidate for St. Philip North. And I know that Miss Anya is one that will not disappoint. She is one that will do better than her opponents. And I know that St. Philip loves to have a lawyer up here. And I believe that she is the best one to represent St. Philip North. Young blood, fresh faces. We bring to you what you've been asking for. We have been listening on the ground, and we know what St. Philip likes. Philippines always know. So tonight, I won't keep you too long. I just want to bring some reminders to you, some things that I want you to remember. So you could call this session tonight homework session. Because I know that when you hear Friends of Democracy bring home seats, when I can't get out there and say we walk no obey, because we are God's servants in this party. Because for the year, you have heard so many people dropping down like flies. I know what the word is on the street. And this is a country where you will hear Bajans talking about the heart man. And at one point in time, with the amount of hits and runs that were on the street, I really had to ask myself if the heart man was out. All of those cases of hits and runs just going by, with people knocking people down on the road, and then no proper surveillance was up there to monitor and to track the people who were responsible for those hits and runs. But those are people's lives. And you see, in this country, many a time, the issue is that we are supposed to prepare for things before them happen. But many times, things have to happen in order for us to prepare. But Friends of Democracy is sending a message to the Barbados Labour Party and to this country to let you know that you want to have representatives who are going to prepare before any incident or accident takes place. We need to be prepared and not get comfortable. Because when we get comfortable, just telling ourselves that we have two mass parties and no room for no other, that is why things remain the same. You cannot keep choosing the same thing and expecting a different results, Barbados. And this is a crucial time. Right now, we are in high debt in the country. And that is not a good place to be. So let me start by saying that we, the Friends of Democracy, we have come to share ideas with Barbados that we hope demonstrate what is wrong with the country's state of affairs. Number one, you can write them down. We have come to show you how we can advance Barbados better. We have come to show you how we can advance the lives of the people. We didn't just come and say we want to take over to be prime minister. We have said that we want to be the opposition in this country because we recognize that Barbados, then this government that it has currently, has not been accountable, and there has been lack of transparency. So we want to keep the bees in check, and I'm sure that you would have heard that slogan from us, because we understand that you cannot have one power, government, 30 seats. Don't mind the 29 right now. 30 seats under control and management of the Barbados Labour Party. It is unhealthy for democracy. We need a country that has balance, where someone is going to stand up for you in Parliament and argue on your behalf for your rights. You cannot allow it, Barbados, where no man will be in there standing and debating for you, especially when the April budget is coming up. We also advocate that one government controlling and managing every aspect of state of affairs is not democracy. We have to be the voice of the people. So tonight is teaching night for you. When you allow one government to control everything, that is when egos get in the way. We do not just stand up here and just scrutinize and criticize. We come and we bring ideas and solutions. We do not come empty-handed to the public. You have heard that we have over 35 policies. And the policies that you have heard have been resonating with people. Because I myself have been on the ground canvassing, and so are the other 11 candidates. Barbados also needs leadership that is present at home. Some of you on the ground have complained that your prime minister has been traveling so much, and you felt as though a lot of you had matters that need to be met, and no one was supervising the ministers who are in Parliament to ensure that your needs are met. You need someone who's going to be here more often and looking after your needs and ensuring that Barbadians are first. Your needs are met, and it is all about you first. I know we say people first, but it's all about Bajan first. Because people can make up foreigners too. So it is all about Bajan first. Bajan first. Home drum has to beat first in this country. So we cannot allow any government to be in all control and then Bajans last. I have an issue too, where the ministers who surround the prime minister do not bring to the public any deficiencies and stand up and really speak out when things are going wrong, especially when it comes to legislation. And that is another reminder to you of why you need an opposition in Parliament. You need opposition seats in Parliament. Not 1, not 2, but 12, because that is the maximum of our candidates. People need representatives who listen, respond, and act locally. That is what you need. Our role, obviously, as we've been saying, is to hold the government accountable and not to any rubber stamp power, right? Barbados is stronger when no single voice dominates the state. So what we're basically saying is that we do not support any dictatorship. We don't sit by and support dictatorship. Because sometimes, you know what happens to dictators? You end up with the President of the United States of America coming to kidnap you at night. We don't want that kind of business going on in Barbados. We want that when who is in control have to make decisions, it is not dictatorship. They have town hall meetings and they have conversations with you. So tonight is a serious night. I want to leave a strong message for every Barbadian before the election day, which is the 11th of February. Good. I want you also, the public, to pay attention, critical attention, to the number of ministers who have been resigning also from the Barbados Labour Party. We cannot overlook it because many times the media gives us the answers that we need to know and we tend to put a blind eye to it. But we have to really ask about what is going on with all the internal quarrels, because we cannot just believe that other parties have internal conflict and then it's not going on with the BLP. And many times when they can't give us answers, we need to figure out why is it that they cannot present to the public the real reason why you have resigned, and then we see you running again and again and again and not being truthful to the public. We need politicians who will be honest. I know it sounds far-fetched, because wherever you go, you hear a politician is a liar, and people get tired of the lies. And you know why people get tired of the lies? Because of too many failed promises, which has caused this country to be in such voter apathy, because many a time, the same politicians who will promise you this and promise you that, and then when they're getting, of course, the phone ain't working no more. So we need to guard our democracy. And part of that, I've recognized that coming up to this election, and I want all of you to hear me tonight, there has been a lot of discrepancies found. Dead people living and living people dead. And many of you are complaining because even some people have explained to me that they don't even have their ID card prepared. And it seems as though the Electoral and Boundaries Commission is really struggling to get themselves prepared. So, as one of the speakers would have said tonight, we really need to have that fixed date for elections and really stop playing with the lives of the people to ensure that the government has some kind of political advantage and what's not. So we need to embed that in the Constitution. Also, I would say one of the other things is that many of you do not trust this government as much as they will want to present. So when people vote on that day for efficiency and to ensure that the votes are even counted early, count the votes at the same spot in which people would have voted in the ballot, right? So that is something that needs to change in Barbados also. Now, I have seen in Barbados, and I must say this, because I recognize that the Barbados Labour Party has been advocating about this $5 million fund for the church. But I must add and remind every Bajan that the gospel artists in this country has been struggling really bad to get support. And any minister in Parliament should know that you do not just support the people who are in the secular part of society. You have to support everybody. And for a long time, they have not supported the gospel artists. If you really look properly at the media, you will recognize that most gospel artists in this country has had to have some kind of sponsorship from begging for it or trying to put on their own shows. You can ask Kerry Thomas, who will be running for down St. James Central, because he is one who had to put on gospel events, and they will have to ask for sponsorship. But yet still, for the secular world, you will see that the Barbados Labour Party would more so support them. So you can't just emerge and turn up at all of the church services and believe that you are fooling God, because if that is the agenda, the Bible does say that God cannot be mocked. And we need to stop playing with people and just putting all of these beautiful things in a manifesto to fool the public that this is what it is. Just before elections, all of these beautiful ideas that they're coming with just so that you will be attracted to things. I remember the old people always used to say, all that glitter is not gold. Another point I have here is that many people also was disenfranchised from voting. And it was an issue that the public was concerned about. And further to that, that was around COVID time. Many people were not able to vote. And I can tell you that another issue here in Barbados that people have complained about is that they didn't like the idea of being forced to take any vaccination. And I am going to advocate that that should not be mandatory at all. And that should be in the Constitution. So note that point too. We're taking it easy. Let it be optional. Going back, I'm going to go back to the 10th law because I want that before election come, that you here have all the points that I have said. Now, the 10th law did not solve the crime. There are still crimes up to today reported that somebody got shot. So clearly, even if they're saying take the tints off of the car, the government has not put a halt on these criminal cases in Barbados. It is still happening, and they still ain't finding a resolution for it. Flawed logic is this approach. Why would the police ask for something that they were never confronted with is the question I leave with you today. Why would the police officers ask for 10th law if, in their view, it was never the reason why crimes are being committed? Governments implemented the 10th law and exempted themselves. How do you who are sitting here feel about that? So they still can drive around with a car full of tint, but you, the public, you are not exempted. We drive in a car, and those of you who have to take off the tint, your car is opened up to the public, and everyone can see in your car. And I know that there are people whose eyes are on your car, because one lady told me she was in the traffic a day, and before you know, her bag was taken out of the front seat. Just so. So believe me, people's eyes are on your car. So we are advocating that the law needs to be scrapped, because citizens can be an easy target, and constantly we have to look out for our people. There are other solutions that the government could consider. For instance, implement procedures that when a person who has tint on their car, a heavy tint, all they have to do is tell that person, get out of the car, and read the procedure to them if they have to put their hands behind their back, whatever the procedure is. But do not cause your people to go through so much expense just because we want money. Now, I want to take you through some crucial points, because if you didn't read it in the paper and you've been missing articles, you have to know where you are at right now when it comes to that economic diversification growth fund bill, St. Philip. We are one, St. Philip, that are not foolish, because St. Philip was never heavily no BLP constituency. Never, ever, ever. And that is why I am advocating for St. Philip to really come home to Friends of Democracy, because I know that you believe in democracy and you are tired of having people who do not stick to democracy. And as a matter of fact, now I'm on that topic, I think that a lot of the crossing over has caused a lot of public distrust in this country. That is why a lot of people are saying now that they do not want to participate in voting, because they actually don't know who to trust. They don't know then who to put their confidence in. And that is a matter that needs to be addressed. And that is why we have come to address it. Because I can assure you that we will block the pathway. As long as you all put us in parliament, nobody can then say they are crossing over to be no leader of opposition. And that crossing over madness needs to stop. Because we know that history, sometimes they will cross over. But for God's sake, you're confusing the people. The people want to know that when a politician says one thing, that it is not theatrical. It is not just words coming from like a movie, a recital. We cannot allow recitals to take over this country. That is not what the people want. But you have to stand and believe in your ideology. Not that you're over here and you're saying one thing and then you're over there. Then just tell the people, well, look, I just here for now, trying to survive and trying to make a living. But be honest with the people. The people don't like it. No. With that bill, it is bad law because it fails to clearly define the terms and the powers. The bill is vague where it must be precise and silent where it must be clear. It gives an undefined minister wide control over hundreds of millions in public funds. Concentrated discretion without limits. Government risk and no accountability. And I'm telling you this because many times they would like you to believe that Barbadians are foolish. But I have walked and I have taught. And I know that Bajans are not stupid. They can understand what you have to say. You only have to explain it and break them down. And I will break it down tonight. Now the minister in that bill, remember talking about the economic diversification growth fund bill, that minister can approve deals with qualifying companies with no clear rules or safeguards. No minimum standards for terms, conditions, or protections on public money. The PM promises accountability, but the bill now is an act. But the bill itself provides none. There is no clarity on who repays the loans, the interest rates, timelines, or enforcement. No explanation of who bears losses if the project fails. Accounting after spending, I'm telling you, is not protection. The bill also ignores external shocks, so recessions, climate events, pandemics, tourism downturns, it considers not. No contingency planning, stress testing, or safeguards. Risks that the consolidated fund becomes the backstop. In that case, Barbadians and not investors will have to pay. You hear what I say to every person sitting here? Barbadians does have to pay the price, because if we lose money and they can't pay back, it is us who will have to pay the price. And this is why you needed somebody who will stand up in Parliament and speak out for you. Because you realize that who outside Parliament and keeping a lot of noise, even though they may have a good point, they do nothing for you. You need a foot soldier that is going to walk up Parliament and work. Taking $225 million from a consolidated fund is an unjustified risk. And I just explained that to you. It is a risk. And I want us to appreciate our own pocket money enough. Because when we work hard, most of us. And we want to know that when we work, no government is not taking our money out of our pocket and doing as they feel like with it. Because at the end of the day, as we have been saying, even with Carifesta, we did not know what was spent. And we get fooled with the illusion. And I am concerned because the government gives us what we like, but not what is good for us. And again, that is why they will continuously feed us what they think will satisfy us. And then the things that we need is lacking. That is the problem. And that is why you will see all the time, you get the little tips, like the $300 that turn up at a certain time. But then you have the pain and the suffering and the high cost of living. And when Friends of Democracy then is saying, well, take the VAT off of the food, they don't want that. Because you see, it's not about you. The idea can't come from Friends of Democracy. The idea must always come from them. Because there you have it. They're discussing about money given to a church. And there you have it. They're talking about this $5,000 child refund for a republic that they're going to give some child fund with $5,000 to any child born after the 30th of November 2021. But of course, you're not foolish. So you still ask questions about that, where you want to know about weight. So if people come from different islands, are you encouraging them just to come here and get a baby so that they can qualify for that? Because the child is born here. And then you're asking questions to what happens if the child dies? That is something that we spoke about earlier on the platform. Because we want to know what happens to our money. Good. So I have it there. Another thing that I want to talk to you about tonight. I want to talk about the fuel prices. And you know when a lawyer jot down notes, it's submission time. So Barbados, I am making submissions to you tonight. And I know that the judge will bring back the verdict. Because the verdict gonna come when the election day comes. And I know that the verdict will come back as a positive one. So these are my submissions to you tonight. Barbados pays some of the highest fuel price in the world. Fuel costs are built into everything that we buy, driving up the cost of living. Government buys fuel at similar prices to the region, yet consumers pay more. That is my first submission. Fuel tax applies even if you don't own a car. So you pay the fuel tax on your weed whacker, you pay for the lawnmower, you pay also for the fishing boats. Transport trucks pay heavily tax fuel. From port to businesses, the cost pass to you. Deliveries around the island, listen to this, the cost pass to you. High electricity bills for supermarkets and stores, Barbados, the cost pass to you. The end result is ordinary Barbadians pay at every stage. So in everything, we have to be paying and paying. When you go and you get your fuel, you got the excise tax, you got your levy, you got VAT. Everything on fuel. So you see how expensive the cost of living is? And they don't even want to take VAT off of food. All right. Sewage tax. Many Barbadians, as we have said, are not connected to a sewage plant. So anytime a government wants you to be paying for something, it should make sense. I cannot just walk across the road and say, I am going to tax you today for every and anything because I believe that I have power. They pay the sewage tax on their water bills. Yet still, the whole South Coast sewage crisis was used politically. 7 years, the problem still ain't fixed. I hope you jotting down these notes. And my submission to you, Barbados, is if you are not connected to a sewage plant, you should not have to pay sewage tax. So that is my submission to you. So Barbados, I don't want to keep you out too long tonight. I want you to ensure that you do not fall prey to the trap that all that glitters is gold. Because there's a lot of outcry in different constituencies where Bajans are recognizing that there's a need for a strong opposition, a competent opposition, a competent people who can bring a better Barbados. And a strong opposition would allow us to have a stronger Barbados, a country that can be developed, a country with wise men and women who will bring ideas to this nation to build our country. It is all about Barbados, and it is not just about popularity and about party. So our message to you, Barbados, is to remember you need a voice in Parliament, and you do not need the corruption. You do not need any imbalance. You need someone who is going to defend you, who is not going to be afraid to speak up, who is going to speak out and be a voice of the voiceless, who is going to be one that will be bold. And we have that in the Friends of Democracy political party. I know they don't like to call our names out there, but I can tell you that we are on the ground working, and we have to bring a difference in this nation, and we will do that. So I want you to ensure St. Philip North that you say to Miss Sonia Brown, your time is up, because Miss Anya Lorde has a strong future in politics, and she will take over. So no more to no minister that will not walk around and see the people. Say no to no minister who have left roads all out in Church Village, break up and mash up, that your car getting mashed up every time it has to go up the hill. Say no to these ministers who are just walking around under the face of the Prime Minister, but they can never step in her shoes because they always have to walk at the back either way. Say no to that and value yourself to know what you need and not what you think you want for this next elections. I out and bad.
Thank you, Madam President. And leadership sets a tone. And tonight, you have seen leadership that is confident, principled, and people-focused. St. Philip North, this is not the end. This is just the beginning. A beginning of a real opposition. The beginning of real alternatives. And the beginning of people-first politics. I want to thank you all for coming out. I want to thank you all for joining in the live stream. Thank you all for listening. And thank you for believing that Barbados deserves better. And before I finally close, I just want to announce that tomorrow we will be standing in the east, and we will be heading to Bel Air Bar and Restaurant, Bel Air St. Philip, for a meeting at 7:30 with our candidate, Omar Smith. So God bless you, God bless Barbados, and God bless Friends of Democracy. And everybody get home safely. Thank you.
Top Notch Studio. born from the heart. Anya Lorde, stand strong, never bend. For the people you defend till the very end. Truth in your voice, fire in your soul, holding the faith when the system turn cold. Anya Lorde, light in the dark, giving the youth them hope and a spark. From the struggle to the rising sun, we know the work just begun. She walked through the streets where the real life live. Hear every cry, every mother give. Not for the power, not for the fame, but for the child who can't win the game. Elders sit down, say time's hard now. Bills going up, but the pay can't grow. She listen more than she talk out loud. That alone make the people proud. She now wear mask, not play no role. Heart clean, steady, and her mind controlled. When pressure comes, she not lose her way. Stand for tomorrow, not just today. Anya Lorde, stand strong, never bend. For the people you defend till the very end. Truth in your voice, fire in your soul, holding the faith when the system turn cold. Anya Lorde, light in the dark, giving the youth them hope and a spark. From the struggle to the rising sun, we know the work just begun. Some chase titles, some chase chair, but she chase justice everywhere. From the shop corner to the school gate, she feel every family weight. No silver spoon, no easy road. She understand the heavy load. So when she speak, it come from ground, not from her office looking down. Community first, that the creed. Planting the hope like planting seed. And every voice she amplify, make forgotten people testify. One voice can wake a nation, one now change a generation. When courage walk and fear step back, the future finally find a track. Anya Lorde, stand strong, never bend. For the people you defend till the very end. Truth in your voice, fire in your soul, holding the faith when the system turns cold.